welcome, and it's going to be most likely a long evening. I'm very happy you're joining us tonight. So if we could have Mr. Lapper lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Closed session report.
Thank you, Mayor. There's nothing to report out of closed session.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Levinas?
Here.
Councilmember Kavanaugh?
Here.
Councilmember Judge?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster?
Here.
Mayor Mashburn?
Here. Okay. Agenda review. Anybody have any changes, comments on the agenda? Seeing none? Oh, wait.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just note that we had a special presentation from Brownie Troop 65417. Unfortunately, they couldn't be with us tonight, so we'll continue that to another date.
Okay.
I move that all resolutions and ordinances presented tonight be read in title only and all further reading be waived.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Declaration of conflict. If any member of the city council may have a conflict of interest or any reason why that member must abstain from consideration of any matter on this agenda, he or she should so declare at this time. Okay, next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the first item on the agenda is item 1D1, presentation of a proclamation proclaiming the month of April 2022 as Donate Life Month, and Samantha Argabright is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. It is my proclamation. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and blood donation are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need, and whereas more than 108,000 individuals nationwide and more than 21,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 17 people die each day while waiting due to the shortage of donated organs. And whereas the need is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives. Donation of tissue can save and heal the lives of more than 75 others, and a single blood donation can help 3 people in need. And whereas deceased organ donors saved more than 33,000 lives last year, the most ever, and over 16 million Californians have signed up with the state-authorized Donate Life California Donor Registry to ensure their wishes to be organ, eye, and tissue donors are honored. And whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry when applying for or renewing their driver's licenses or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. Now therefore, the month of April of 2022 is hereby proclaimed DMV Donate Life California Month in the city of Simi Valley to encourage its citizens to check yes when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card, or by signing up at www.donatelifecalifornia.org or www.donevitacalifornia.org, presented this 25th day of April 2022.
Thank you. I don't think we need any more words than what you just read. Let us know the importance. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 1D2, presentation of a proclamation declaring April 2022 as Arab American Heritage Month, and Samantha Argabright is presenting this item as well.
Whereas it is estimated that there are 3.7 million Arab Americans living in the United States, with over 700,000 in California, the highest population in the country, and whereas Arab Americans in California represent many different nationalities, including Lebanese, Syrian, Egyptian, Iraqi, Jordanian, Palestinian, Moroccan, as well as Arabs from Algeria, Bahrain, Djibouti, Kuwait, Libya, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, the United Arab Emirates, and Yemen, with the largest immigration of Arabs to California coming from Lebanon, Egypt, and Iraq. And whereas Arab Americans who have come to the United States have brought with them rich history and traditions. And whereas we recognize the valuable contributions of Arab Americans to American life in medicine, education, the sciences, business, and culture. Now therefore, the City Council of the City of Simi Valley does hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Arab American Heritage Month in the City of Simi Valley to celebrate the rich contributions that Arab Americans have made to our community, presented this 25th day of April 2022.
Thank you. And once again, Simi Valley is becoming more and more diversified, and we certainly welcome all Arabs.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, the next item on the agenda is 1D3. I apologize. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 1D3, presentation of a proclamation declaring the week of April 24th through 30, 2022 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, and Chief Livingstone is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. It's my pleasure to present the proclamation for Crime Victims' Rights Week. Whereas Americans are the victims of more than 20 million crimes each year affecting all ages, national origins, race, creeds, religions, gender, sexual orientation, immigration, or economic status. And whereas the Ellie Liston Crime Victims Assistance Program provided over 19,000 services to victims of crime from all backgrounds in Ventura County last year. Providing victims with knowledge of their rights and available services strengthens their ability to recover by restoring a sense of self-empowerment. And whereas victims who feel understood and supported are more likely to disclose their victimization, seek services, and participate in the justice process provided by a multidisciplinary response team of legal professionals, health providers, and community leaders. And whereas National Crime Victims' Rights Week provides an opportunity to recommit to ensuring that all victims of crime, especially those who are challenging to reach or serve, are afforded their rights and receive a trauma-informed response. Now, therefore, the week of April 24th to 30th, 2022 is hereby proclaimed Crime Victims' Rights Week in the City of Simi Valley to join in strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, building resilience in our communities and our victim responders, and working for justice for all victims and survivors. Presented this 25th day of April of 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to the day where that week won't be necessary, and keep up the good work to the police department.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 1D4, presentation of a proclamation declaring the month of April as Parkinson's Month, and Heidi DiNardo is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. The Parkinson's Awareness Proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Parkinson's disease is a chronic, progressive neurological disease and is the second most common neurological disease in the United States, and whereas it is estimated that the disease affects up to 1.5 million people in the United States, and the prevalence is projected to double by 2040, and whereas it is estimated that the economic burden of Parkinson's disease is $14.4 billion, including indirect costs to patients and family members of $6.3 billion each year. And whereas, although research suggests the cause of Parkinson's disease is a combination of genetic and environmental factors, the exact cause and progression of the disease is still unknown. There is no objective test or biomarker for Parkinson's disease, and there is no cure or drug to slow or halt the progression of the disease. And whereas the symptoms of Parkinson's disease vary from person to person and include tremors, slowness of movement, difficulty with balance, swallowing, chewing, and speaking, as well as cognitive impairment, dementia, mood disorders, and a variety of other non-motor symptoms. Now, therefore, the month of April 2022 is hereby proclaimed Parkinson's Awareness Month in the City of Simi Valley to increase education and research needed to find more effective treatments with fewer side effects, and ultimately an effective treatment or cure for Parkinson's disease, presented this 25th day of April 2022.
Once again, we recognize this devastating disease and reach out to all those who suffer from it, and that's why we are a community. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is 1D5, presentation of a proclamation declaring May 5th, 2022 as Day of Prayer, and Heidi DiNardo is presenting this item as well.
I'd like to invite Dr. Clifton Clark, if I may, of New Beginnings Christian Fellowship to come on down. If you wouldn't mind to receive this proclamation. Thank you. It's my pleasure to have the honor to read this proclamation. Whereas National Day of Prayer was created in 1952 by a joint resolution of Congress. Anywhere you like, over here would be great. Thank you. I'm going to start over so you can really grasp it. Whereas National Day of Prayer was created in 1952 by a joint resolution of Congress and signed into law by President Harry S. Truman. And whereas in 1988, legislation was unanimously ratified by both houses of Congress and signed by President Ronald Reagan, stating that National Day of Prayer was to be observed on the first Thursday of every May. And whereas the Simi Valley Faith Community, through the coordination of the Simi Valley Pastors Prayer Gathering, pray for grace upon the community, city leaders, school board members, area businesses, schools, and the spiritual needs of the community. And whereas it is an opportunity for the faith community to encourage unity among the churches and faith-based nonprofit organizations to be a viable resource to the city. Now therefore, the City of Simi Valley hereby proclaims April 25th, 2022 as Day of Prayer, which gives all the residents of our community an opportunity to continue to offer thanks and acknowledge all who work so hard on behalf of the citizens of our city and to observe this day in ways appropriate to its importance and significance. Presented this 25th day of April, 2022.
Once again, they choose the short guy to go to the tall guy. And we thank you, and we all understand the importance of the Day of Prayer. And would you like to say a few words?
Yeah. Well, I'm Dr. Clifton Clark, the pastor of New Beginnings Church here in Simi Valley. And we meet once a week with a large group of pastors to pray for the city. And with a lot of things that have happened over the past 2 years, it's just been great. Not just in praying in terms of just words, but the prayers have translated into us working together, getting to know each other, and even our churches are working together. So thanks for this opportunity.
Great, thank you. And here's your, all right, proclamation.
Thank you so much.
And again, you have a lot of whereases there. That means you're very important.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 2, public statements on special presentations, appointments, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order which their card was submitted to speak on his public statements, item 2, for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence. Mr. Mayor, we only have one speaker card for item 2. I will be using a different timer today, so.
Oh, yeah, we have to let you know that we're using a different timer. There, we'll be using the city clerk's phone, and you'll hear the alarm go off when your time's up.
Bruce Boyer.
Thank you. I'm Bruce Boyer. I live in Chatsworth, Lake Manor, Ventura County, and I'm also a candidate for County Clerk of Elections. I didn't intend to speak on this item, but the proclamation made me consider that I do want to speak. Our national motto is E pluribus unum, out of many one. We all had family that came from somewhere, all over the world. And that's why we have a motto, e pluribus unum, out of many, one. I think we should look at each other as Americans. What else do we need? If you're not, I mean, we're an American. To me, that's the pinnacle. We chose to be here. Our families chose to come here. Even my Native American family chose to come here. I don't want to identify as anything other than an American. And I think giving people labels and tags is divisive. Oh, what tag do you wear? Oh, can you wear more than one tag? Can you wear 5 tags, 6 tags? Based on where your family came from, however many years ago? No. E pluribus unum is our national model because out of many, one. 100 plus years ago, Theodore Roosevelt talked about we shouldn't have any hyphenated Americans. We shouldn't have German Americans or Italian Americans, or we should be Americans. And I try to focus on seeing only one color of Americans, red, white, and blue. Because if you're red, white, and blue, we're on the same team. There shouldn't be any division. And giving proclamations to help people identify in groups, I think is destructive and divisive. Just recognize all of us as red, white, and blue Americans together in one, in brotherhood, and let's move forward together. That's a restoration of unity. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is 3A1.
Mayor, can I
Selection-
just make a quick response to that? I'll make it very brief.
Yes.
I just want to acknowledge that not everyone came here by choice. There were millions of Africans who were brought here as slaves that had no choice. That's my statement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 3A1, selection of one City Council member to serve on a selection committee with a continuing arts commissioner to interview and nominate prospective Simi Valley Arts Commissioners, and Anna Medina is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. On June 30th, 2022, the terms of service for 2 members of the Simi Valley Arts Commission will conclude. Also, an additional position became vacant due to a resignation. The Arts Commission is responsible for reviewing the annual financial and operational plans for the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center prior to City Council approval. It also reviews recommendations for capital purchases, grants, and other opportunities that would make the arts accessible for all members of the community. Membership on the commission is comprised of 2 City Council members, 4 City Council appointed public members, and 1 alternate member, as well as 1 Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center Foundation Board representative. All public members serve staggered 2-year terms. Staff initiated a recruitment on March 1st, 2022 to fill these upcoming vacancies. Recruitment efforts included a press release, cable television public service announcements, shares on social media, and postings on the city's website. A total of 6 applications were received. It is estimated that approximately 1.5 hours will be needed to conduct the interviews. Staff is recommending that the City Council select 1 City Council member to serve on a selection committee with a continuing arts commissioner to interview and nominate applicants to serve on the Arts Commission for appointment by the City Council. City Council members Kavanaugh and Luevanos last served in this capacity on May 11th, 2021. This concludes the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Question? Volunteers?
I'll do it.
Okay. Make a motion.
I move that we appoint Councilmember Mike Judge to serve as the interviewing person for the new Arts Commission.
Great. We have
Second.
Motion and second. Call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3B2, presentation by Christy Cañeda, CPA partner with Vasquez and Company LLP regarding the annual audits completed for fiscal year 2020 through 2021.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, state law requires that the city publish a complete set of financial statements presented in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles and audited in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards by a firm of licensed certified public accountants. Our annual report for fiscal year 2021 is on the consent calendar later tonight. Financial statements provide information about operations, cash flows, assets, and liabilities that account for the government's management and use of funds. Financial reporting serves as a link between our government's financial information and our City Council, creditors, and taxpayers. Tonight, our audit firm has joined us and will be making a presentation regarding the fiscal year 2021 annual report and related audits. Please welcome Christy Cañeda, partner at Vasquez and Company, LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
My name is Christy Cañeda from Vasquez and Company. I am the partner in charge of the 2021 audit of the City of Simi Valley's financial statements. I am here to present to you the results of that audit. I'm going to share my screen right now, and let me share it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. So I'm just going to quickly go through, this is like a 15 or 16, 18 page presentation. However, I'll just quickly go through the main sections of the presentation, which is the scope of services, the results of the audit, and the required communications. The rest of the information are available in the city's annual comprehensive financial reports and the required communication letter that we sent to the members of the City Council as well. So let me go directly to the scope of the services that we provide to the city. Our engagement this year, similar to last year, comprised of the audit of the city's financial statements in accordance with government auditing standards. This covers the audit of the city's annual comprehensive financial report, where we issue an opinion on it. We also issue a separate report on the city's housing fund and the city's OPEB trust fund. Because the city receives federal grants and spent over $750,000 in federal expenditures, we are required to perform a single audit as well for the year. And this is in accordance with the uniform guidance, where we look at the city's compliance with the federal regulation with respect to the major programs identified during the year. As part of our service, we also make ourselves available year-round to the city for consultation on financial and accounting matters. Before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to reiterate that we are independent of the city and that Vasquez and Company meets the independence requirements of the government auditing standards as it relates to the city. These are the levels of assurance that we provide to the city, wherein we are required to issue 3 types of report. The first report that we issue is our report on the city's financial statements. The second report is a report on the city's internal control over financial reporting. And the last report that we issue is the report on the city's compliance with the federal requirements with respect to its major federal program. The results of our audit. The city's annual financial report was issued in March, and on our report dated March 31, 2022, we stated that we are expressing an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion on the city's financial statements. Clean opinions were also issued on a separate financial statements prepared for the housing fund and the OPEB trust fund of the city. In our review process, we look at the city's internal control over financial reporting, and we would like to report that there were no material weaknesses and significant deficiencies noted during the review process that we have conducted. In as far as the compliance audit that we have performed on the city's federal programs, we have identified 3 major federal programs in which the city spent a total of 8.5 million in total expenditures that accounted for 86% of total federal expenditures of the city of 9.9 million during the year. The city continues to be classified as a low-risk auditee based on our evaluation on a risk assessment process based on federally prescribed criteria. Again, we would like to report that there were no financial statement findings as a result of the audit. We are issuing an unmodified or a clean opinion as well in as far as the city's compliance is concerned. However, we noted a couple of findings on a couple of federal grants. One has something to do with reporting of expenditures related to the program income for that particular program. And the second one is related to finding on cash management. And that's for ALN number 20.507, Federal Transit Formula Grants. I would like to mention, however, that those findings are not considered material weakness or significant deficiencies over your compliance in those federal requirements. And therefore, we are still issuing a clean opinion on your single audit. Before I proceed with the required communication, I would like to mention certain financial reporting highlights. This information are included in your annual comprehensive financial report, and you can refer to that report if you need further details regarding the financial information of the city. So government-wide, following full accrual basis of accounting, the city's overall net position increased by 25.5 million from 360 million at June 30, 2020 to 385.5 million as of the end of the fiscal year 2021. The city's unrestricted deficit in net position decreased by 18 million to a deficit of 40.1 million versus a deficit in the prior year of 58.1 million. Citywide expenses increased to 164.4 million in fiscal year 2021, and that is from 160.8 million in the fiscal year 2020, or an increase of 3.6 million during the year. The city's pension and OPEB liability as of June 30, 2021, the pension liability increased a bit by approximately 5 million. However, the OPEB liability remained at the same balance of 48.8 million as of the end of the fiscal year 2021. At the fund level, governmental fund expenditures decreased in fiscal year 21 from 91.2 million to 79.8 million in fiscal year 2021. With respect to your general fund, the city's general fund total fund balance increased by 17.9 million during the year. And this is actually much higher than the projected budget deficit in the general fund of 4.2 million, or a difference of approximately 22.1 million with the budgeted amount reported. For the city's enterprise activities or business type activities, the enterprise fund generated net revenues before contributions and operating transfers of a total of 5.1 million. Sanitation and water funds reported a net income of 4 million and 3.3 million respectively during the year, and that is before contributions and operating transfers. However, the transit system fund generated a net loss of 1.4 million during the year. All your consolidated internal service fund reported a positive net position of 6.2 million, which was an increase of 1.8 million from the 4.4 million balance during the last fiscal year. Now, the required communication, and these are This information are included as well in the required communication letter that we have sent to the city council members. However, we would like to highlight and reiterate that management has the primary responsibility for the accounting principles used, their consistency and application and clarity. Again, the financial statements of the city is the responsibility of management. Our responsibility is to perform procedures to make sure that the information reported in the financial statements are correct. We are not aware of any consultations by management with other accountants about accounting or auditing matters. We did not encounter any difficulties or disagreements with management while performing our audit procedures. Based on the results of our review, the city's significant accounting policies are appropriate and were consistently applied. We also noted no unusual transactions or controversial issues, that there is lack of authoritative guidance with respect to accounting policies and procedures during the fiscal year. There were no audit adjustments made to the original trial balance presented to us to begin our audit, and that's actually a good thing. No significant issues were discussed to us or subject to correspondence with management prior to retention, and that this is very important because we have to maintain our independence of the city. And no irregularities, fraud, or illegal acts came to our attention as a result of our audit procedure. We would like to mention, however, that a financial statement audit is not a fraud audit. We, however, perform inquiries to determine and identify fraud risk areas that would require us to perform additional procedures during the course of our audit. But then again, we did not identify any matters that would require your attention. And the city provides us with a signed copy of management representation letters prior to the issuance of our audit opinion, and that is to take responsibility over the financial statements and the documents that were provided to us, indicating that we were given full access to the personnel and the accounting records necessary in the conduct of our audit. And lastly, we have issued management letter comments to management indicating a few of our recommendations, best practice recommendations that would help improve the city's processes. Our letter of recommendation also includes our recommendations with respect to the city's information systems and technology systems and procedures. We have additional information for you here, and actually these are just for your information. If there are any assistance that the city needs with respect to implementing this new accounting pronouncement, we will be happy to provide assistance to the city. And that concludes my high-level presentation of the audit results. We will be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Okay. Councilmember Luevanos.
I just had a quick question. On one of the pages, and don't ask me which one, it says that the city's general fund increased by $17.8 million. Did that include the federal grant funds like CARES and COVID funds?
That includes the ARPA fund.
So it does?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
I just want to say congratulations to our city staff for representing so well. I mean, that is really commendable that they were classified as a low-risk auditee, that there was nothing viewed irregularly. I mean, anyway, lots of very favorable things were just stated, so thank you.
Joe, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity to introduce Marvin to the City Council.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Litster. And I also want to give a thank you to Marvin Lopez, our Deputy Director of Fiscal Services. He's done an outstanding job and for the most part coordinated on his own with Vasquez to make sure this audit came together. So huge kudos to Marvin and the team.
Thank you. Excellent.
I'll just duplicate what Mayor Pro Tem Litzer said. Congratulations on your audit. Every year I've been up here, it's been a great job by all of you, and I know it's a lot of hard work because I'm in the middle of an audit right now, so I completely sympathize. So great job, you guys. Thank you for making us look good.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 3C1, an informational presentation by Youth Council member Ian Nelson on behalf of the Youth Council.
While he's getting in his position, I just would quickly like to say at the Youth Council member, he's one of our future mayors or attorneys or maybe governor or president.
There's that. Well, can you all hear me? Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Long time no see. It feels like it's been years since I've seen you all. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, and thank you for your continued love and support for the Youth Council. My name is Ian Nelson, and I'm a current sophomore at Grace Brethren High School, and I'm currently serving my 3rd term here on the Youth Council and my 2nd term as the Sergeant at Arms. This year, I was given the privilege of being the chair of the Youth Symposium Committee. We combined our annual Youth Town Hall and our Youth Summit to form one large event hosted at the Ronald Reagan Library. Last month, Youth Council member Ashlyn Rowe mentioned that the Youth Town Hall panel was led by Chief of Police David Livingston, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services Dr. Hani Yosef, and Coordinator of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Humanities Dr. Angelica Chavez. However, the leaders for the Youth Summit session were the students. The students were split into 4 task groups, each one creating action items that they themselves could implement into their schools. One group focused on the topic of social stress and the problem of poor time management in their middle school. The group plans to push for more advertising for teen activities and for the group to go around campus and directly encourage students to attend their events. They also suggested solving limited communication among students and their teachers at Valley View Middle School by recommending that teachers directly teach and encourage students to learn how to talk to them face-to-face, not just through a barrier like an email. The second group focused on the issues of vaping and tobacco usage and bullying and discrimination. They plan to expand the existing peer mentoring club at Valley View Middle School and to attend it themselves. The club could also widen its scope to try and address those issues with special campaigns each month. The third group focused on bullying. They want to ask the Simi Valley Unified School District to create an anti-bullying awareness day that would include assemblies and specialized speakers of victims and bullying, along with students and staff being encouraged to wear orange on that day to show support and solidarity. The fourth group wanted to focus on mental health, with a plan to invite high school students to their middle school campuses for just one day to educate the students on the high school experience and the stress that could be associated with it. The group also wanted to suggest providing a slightly longer mid-morning nutrition break to help the students focus before lunch. These action items were directly shared with the administration at Valley View Middle School, as well with the classes that attended the Youth Summit to encourage them to review and follow up with the group action items. In observance of Sexual Awareness Month, we organized a social media campaign, Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We organized a social media campaign to build awareness and show support for survivors by wearing teal on April 5th. We all wore teal during our April 5th Youth Council meeting as a pledge for our support. On Friday, April 8th, we held our first ever anti-tobacco bracelet making night. We partnered with the school district's tobacco use, prevention, and education program, and BRIGHT, which stands for Building Resilience and Inclusion Through Engagement, which is an anti-substance abuse organization that works with teens in California to promote healthy lifestyle habits. Though the turnout was less than we had hoped for, it was still a success. A big shout out to the Simi Valley Public Library for allowing us to host the event in their community room. After our last regular meeting, we enjoyed dinner with the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District board members, followed by directly attending their board meeting, where 5 youth council members, including yours truly, presented an informational report similar to this, and we updated the board on campaigns and events that we had held, as well as presented future ideas to the board regarding teen programs and ideas for the district. We kicked off one of our busiest weekends this past Friday by volunteering at the Park District's Earth Day event at the city's water conservation booth, helping teach the water cycle to 2 children through a bracelet making project. We also helped plant a few flowers in designated flower beds at Barrowwood Park. The next morning, members volunteered to help at the Job and Career Fair held at the Simi Valley Library by manning a youth council table, assisting attendees, and helping to provide quality mock interviews. Immediately after the job fair, we then headed over to host a brand new youth council fundraiser event for the enjoyment of teens in Simi Valley, the Whodunit Escape Room. Thank you to the Rancho Simi Recreation and Park District for allowing us to host the event at the Teen Game Center at Barrowwood Park. We had 17 attendees across 4 sessions participate in the escape room, and photos can be found in this week's edition of the Acorn. The event was only supposed to hold 3 sessions, so that's what we were planning, but there was more demand than we expected, and we were able to squeeze a 4th one an hour after the event. Thank you to the youth council members that took a lot of time away for their busy Saturdays to make sure that we could have an event that was successful. Speaking of youth council fundraising efforts, if anybody would like to show support to the youth council directly, you can purchase one of these cards right here. These are wonderful Jamba Juice buy one get one free cards. They only cost $10, and they can be used up to 6 times at any Jamba Juice in the country. So why not get one? Mark your calendar for May 20th for our 4th annual Simi Valley Talent Show that will be held at the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center. Tickets will be available soon. We are currently looking for people or businesses to sponsor the prizes that will be given out to the winners of each talent category. A silent auction and raffle donations are being sought out as well. Now, before I answer any potential questions you may have at this time, I would like to end with some wise words said by Ella McCrossan, chair of our social media committee. Follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram at Simi Valley Youth Council. Thank you very much. Now, for any students that would like to be entering the Youth Council through 7th and 12th grade for the next school year, Youth Council applications are due by this Wednesday, April 27th. So you can go to www.simivalley.org/Youth Council APP for application. You can submit an online application or get a physical one given directly to Ms. Tignack. Thank you again, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council for having me tonight. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that very thorough report, Ian, and I wanted to be called to everyone's attention. If you missed him, he was here, I believe, last city council member as part of Grace Brethren's robotics team that was outstanding, receiving all sorts of awards. So this young man is very talented, very busy. Appreciate the report. Thanks, Ian.
Councilmember Lou Evanos.
Yes, I just want to, because you spoke so quickly and you gave us so much information, I didn't even get a chance to type it up. So when is the Simi Valley Talent Show?
May 20th.
May 20th. Okay, and where do people go if they want to help out with your Jamba Juice buy one, get one free gift cards?
They can approach any youth council member. They'll have a few on them, and if you request it from them, they'll gladly get one to you really soon.
Okay, great. And there are Simi Valley Youth Council members at all of our middle and high schools.
Yes.
Correct? Yes?
And they could also email a youth council member or Ms. Tignack directly.
Okay, great. Thank you for everything that you do for our youth. Thank you for your leadership, tackling tough issues like mental health, tackling issues like Sexual Assault Awareness Month. Those are really important issues, and the fact that they're even being discussed, you are showing us, you know, what it is that we need to focus on as City Council. And never forget that Youth Council, you are the ones that are the future. You are the ones that are demonstrating to us what issues we need to focus on for the future of this community. So thank you, and all the City Council members and Ms. Tignack for all that you do for our youth. And please, please apply online for Youth Council, and that's middle school, if they're going into 7th grade, right? Or higher, yes?
Yeah, 7th through 12th.
7th through 12th, so please apply. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no one else listed to ask questions, but I think you brought some guests with you that have cameras, so will the entire council go down so we can get photos with Ian?
I'll take another photo.
Mayor in the middle.
So right there? We'll stand up here.
No. It probably will be very soon.
No, thank you. It's a lot of work. Thank you.
Proud parents.
I know. They love me.
Thank you, Kristen, also. Great job.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 4, public statements. During this agenda item for the City Council, we'll hear public statements from the first 10 persons who have submitted speaker cards. After the first 10 persons have spoken, subsequent persons who submitted speaker cards will be called on to speak during agenda item number 6, which is a continuation of agenda item 4. Agenda item 4 and agenda item 6 are the times allotted for public statements on all items other than public hearings, appointments, and informational reports. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted. To speak for this public statements item 4 for a period of no more than 3 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Mr. Mayor, unless you have any other comments, we can begin public comment.
I'd just like to remind that we're using a phone and the timer on the phone and an alarm will go off when your time's up. We had a little malfunction with the timer up here. Okay, first speaker.
Douglas Bamforth.
That was an act to follow. Every time I get feeling a little pessimistic, one of these young gentlemen or ladies really perched me up. It was great to see that. I had a couple little things. I liked the proclamation number 5. I remember when we used to have prayers here, and I was just happy as being a past district and now 12-year chaplain for the Veterans of Foreign Wars here in Simi. Wish we had those back. Now, getting on to my other thing. I've been reading a lot, even in the H-horn, considering the catalytic converters. And everybody starts talking about misdemeanors. Misdemeanor to me is, the way I read it, is $950. If you go and call a dealership to get your catalytic converter replaced, it's way over that, okay? So I feel that I've tried to get a hold of up there at the other end, District Attorney's Office. However, as you go up in the hierarchy of government, they become less responsive. And so I wouldn't mind if the city would maybe send them a little letter that they should think of this as a felony rather than a misdemeanor that kind of rolls off the tongue, something there. And especially from someone like me that more likely believes in the law of Hammurabi. I don't know if you all know what that is. You can look it up. Anyway, thanks y'all. Have a nice night.
John Lapper.
Mayor Mashburn and City Council, I am John Lapper of Simi Valley. Number 1, thank you Simi Valley PD for solving the wedding dress caper this week. Shocking indeed, and still curious why the term persons of interest was used in the Nixle report. As Ricky Ricardo would say to Lucy, Simi Valley PD, Kay's owner, and 2 ladies in the photo have some splaining to do. A big shout out to 2 2022 Simi Volunteers of the Year, Simran Nadig and Russ McClellan. What a joy being in attendance at the last council meeting to share in their much-deserved recognition. Simran is an amazing young woman. Number 3, a thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Lister for listening to a resident and then coming up with a compromise that enables public comments to be presented earlier in the council meeting as agenda item 4 and 6. When city council members choose to listen to residents, progress is made. Thank you, Councilwoman Dee Dee Kavanaugh, for supporting the change. Zoom and public comments. Currently, the only way a resident can be heard by the city council is to show up on Monday night in person and speak for 3 minutes. Many are working, taking care of families, have health concerns, other obligations, out-of-town transportation issues. Therefore, I would like to see the city council revisit allowing Zoom comments and comments submitted by email as a public statement be read by the city clerk into the official record. Both were done in the past, and there is no reason to not allow people to be heard in this matter. This is critical, as there is no expectation that a council person will open or respond to public statements sent through email. I promise you, Mayor Mashburn has never responded to my civil correspondence. Number 5, fireworks agenda 9D. I strongly encourage the City Council to adopt Ordinance 1338, establishing civil fines for fireworks non-compliance as recommended by staff. 361 fireworks complaints last year, 0 citations, 7 explosive noises 2 weeks ago in our city. Time to say dangerous fireworks are not okay in Simi Valley. Even Fillmore, who allows safe and sane fireworks, issued 43 citations and is currently tightening their fireworks program. Number 6, to the RV owners, I encourage them to do their homework and find out how many warnings and types have been issued, the cost and availability of alternative storage, any grandfather options, situations with opposite side of garage parking, and effects and cost of the curb entry and parking. This should be about solutions, not freedoms and emotions. And number 7, lastly, a giant shout out to Carrie McCoy, who drove to Tijuana this weekend and picked up a Ukrainian woman and her 2 daughters. They fled from Kiev to Poland, and now they are in Simi Valley. Thank you to Simi Valley Unified School District for already making them feel welcome in their school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Boyer.
Evening again. I'm Bruce Boyer from Chatsworth, Lake Manor, Ventura County, and candidate for Ventura County Clerk of Elections. So, we got some interesting news from the Supreme Court of the United States. Yes, Simi Valley is ground zero for the First Amendment in the United States of America. My litigation against the city, Boyer versus Simi Valley, because this city council has again voted, as of April of 2021, to adopt a new, quote, mobile billboard ordinance. This ordinance criminalizes, yes, criminalizes misdemeanors if you would like to park your bicycle with an American flag, or your lawn chair, or a Budweiser banner, or a Budweiser beach towel, or an open house sign for the real estate agents. Well, they get a pass because the city council wants them to put out mobile billboards, but not the rest of us. Well, maybe the rest of us, but certainly not Bruce. So Mr. Lapper referred to communication with the city council, and when the city council first considered this ordinance in 2016, I made many efforts to have communication with the city council. No, talk to the hand. The ordinance was passed. I made many efforts to have communication with the council, said, why don't you have a public forum and explain to the people why you're criminalizing free speech? Why don't you do that? Talk to the hand. I said, if you don't do this, there's going to be a lawsuit. Talk to the hand. I said, really, there's going to be a lawsuit. My attorney is rather busy, Mr. Wallace. He has represented me in other civil rights free speech cases. Let's have a conversation. Explain to the people why you need to criminalize speech. Talk to the hand. Okay, here's the lawsuit. And the city wanted to double down. So we went to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The city lost. The case has been on hold waiting for a Supreme Court decision. Well, it came down. The city got nothing. So now here we are, 6 years into this legal battle. The city has repealed the first ordinance, which is a concession they lost. They can't defend it anymore. So who's going to write the check? Mike? Keith? Elaine? Ruth? Which of you are going to write the check? Oh, you want them to write the check. You want them to pay. Where is the public forum? You can explain and justify everything you've done. I've invited you for 6 years to tell them why you're right and I'm going to lose. No. And where is the city now? Continuing to see certain mobile billboards, bicycles with campaign signs on them, but not real estate open house signs, which are exactly the definition 395.5 of the California Vehicle Code, because open house signs are okay. We'll talk soon. Thanks.
Thank you.
Brian Kane?
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. I am Brian Kane, and I am a board member on Neighborhood Council 4, as you may know. I very much appreciate that appointment. I went to college in the 70s. What I'd like to talk about, by the way, is marijuana. And my understanding, people came and talked at our neighborhood council the other day when I was there, and you're accepting inputs on the topic. I know there's a formal process for that, but I wanted to come give you my statement directly as well. I went to college in the 70s, and marijuana was a really big thing in the 70s. I was very fortunate that I didn't go near the stuff. I didn't touch this stuff. I was very near it. But later on, I was privileged to work in the space satellite industry for 39 years, building, you may have heard me say this before, but building GPS. And I was present when DirecTV was conceived, and we developed that and put it into space. And the same with many other satellites for the government and for AT&T, et cetera. My roommate in the early years, back when I was single and working there at Hughes, building the satellites, was an MIT graduate, a really smart guy. And he stated, and he said his community in engineering widely believed that marijuana destroys the math capability being developed in young brains. That's very important. And it goes all the way back to my years in the 80s and 90s. Our community in engineering firmly believed that marijuana wrecks your brain. Cannabis is the entry drug for all other drugs, and pot is much stronger now than it was in the 70s. I mean, you need only look to a city, for instance, in the Netherlands, they legalized pot there, and now people are laying around stoned in the streets. George Soros has a quote that has been attributed to him, at least, that said he wanted cannabis in the United States because it will destroy America. Now, my daughter is a teacher. Another city in that community has been working very hard to prevent marijuana usage because of the damage to brains. And I'm very strongly against the expansion of marijuana in the city of Simi Valley. I'd like to leave you with a quote that I heard from someone who is not in my community, but he was a biologist. And he said, "I had a brain like a Stradivarius violin, and pot turned it into a banjo." Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Joe Pachowski?
Actually, I miswrote the number on that. That should be 5B and 5C.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that was the last speaker for item 4.
Okay. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is public hearings. This is a time for testimony on public hearings on the consideration of matters as presented on this agenda. Let the record show that due notice was given as required by law, and an affidavit to this effect is on file in the City Clerk's office. All comments submitted by email have already been provided to the City Council and will be made part of the record. However, they will not be read by the City Clerk this evening. Speakers will be called on in the order in which their card was submitted for this public testimony, item 5, for a period of no more than 5 minutes each. Persons addressing the City Council are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. Comments shall be limited to the matters relevant to the item on the agenda and may be ruled out of order if comments are unrelated to the item. The reports of city staff relating to these matters shall be made part of the record of this meeting. If you challenge in court any of the city council decisions made here tonight, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at this public hearing. The time within which judicial review must be sought is governed by California Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6. Agenda item 5A, a public hearing on the Community Development Block Grant Allocations and Draft Fiscal Year 2022-23 Action Plan. And Julia Ramirez is here to present this item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. On March 16th, the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee recommended that the City Council approve the draft action plan for fiscal year 22-23 with the committee's preliminary funding recommendations. In CDBG, there are 3 categories of allowable expenditures: public service, capital improvements, and administration. Public services are funded for on a 2-year basis, with this being year 2. Therefore, public service applications were not solicited, only ones for capital improvement projects. HUD has not yet published the entitlement amounts for fiscal year 22-23. Therefore, the city is using the 21-22 award amount as an estimate. In the current fiscal year, the city received $648,104. As required by HUD regulations, the draft action plan for 22-23 was released for a 30-day public review period on March 25th. The draft action plan contains the preliminary recommendations as recommended by the committee. It is recommended that the City Council adopt the committee's funding recommendations and make the final determination of projects and programs to be funded in fiscal year 22-23 and authorize the submission of the action plan to HUD. This concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions.
Okay, questions of staff. Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions, but I'll ask a few and see if anyone else has questions. I'm looking at the executive summary, and on the 3rd paragraph, it states that the purpose of the home resources available to our communities is to increase the supply of affordable housing, right? Is that correct? So that's part of the purpose?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. My question arises from the funding that was proposed here, which is that the part of the funding, the largest chunk of this funding, we're talking over $700,000 of funding, over $553,000 of funding. I'm looking at page 23 at the top, page 14 on the bottom of the annual action plan in the report. It states that the CDBG funds of $553,094 will go to public facility infrastructure activities, and it's for Census Tracts 7904-5 and 8101-2. I would like to know if these are low-income tracts.
In order to receive CDBG funding, they have to be. Yes, they are.
Because later on in the report, it states that on page 27 at the top, it says, estimate the number and type of families that will benefit from the proposed activities. And it says approximately 2,285 persons are expected to benefit from this project. But it states that only 995, which is about 40% of them, are low to moderate income.
So a tract is considered, if HUD has determined that a tract is low to moderate, it doesn't mean that every single individual or every single home in that. So we are an exempt community, so our entitlement is based on a percentage.
And the percentage is 40%, or what is the percentage?
I believe it's 40 point, let me get back to you, but I believe it's 40.3 or something.
Did we have any other tracts that had a higher percentage of low to moderate income? Because everything I read in the report is about, helping people that are homeless, helping people that are low income, helping people, with economic opportunity. This is meant to lift up the people who are at the bottom level, who need that help, whether it's through infrastructure, whether it's through homeless services, whether it's through social services, whether it's through housing subsidies. And so I want to know, how were these, and I don't know if you can answer that question or not, how were these census tracts chosen at just barely the minimum of the 40% that we needed to meet? Were there not other census tracts that had higher percentages of low to moderate income that would be more in alignment with meeting the goals of this funding, which is to help those at the bottom? Because $553,000 is a lot of money.
So every year we designate through the council policy a certain amount of the CDBG funds to go towards public service, which is for our minor streets program. HUD designates the low-income census tracts. So those are designated by HUD.
So they tell us which census tracts we can do it?
Yes, they do. So they identify the census tracts that are low and moderate income census tracts. We look at the street conditions in each one of those tracts, and we just kind of go down the list. So this particular census tract, with the money that's available, goes farthest in order to redo the streets in those census tract areas.
Okay, so that's not based on helping the most number of people. It's based on how effective will the use of that money be. My concern with that is that, if we have areas that are higher areas of, have a higher percentage of low to moderate residents, and the roads are really deteriorated, and it may cost more, so the money may not go as far, that they'll never qualify then to get their roads redone.
I would venture the guess, because we have done a good job on our minor streets addressing the streets, that although I can't factually say it, but I doubt we have a street that's in worse condition than this, that's another qualified census tract area.
I just don't want us to deny people that are low, moderate income tracts the opportunity to get their roads fixed, because their money wouldn't go as far because their roads are more damaged. That's
Absolutely
my
not.
concern.
We'll cut the project short in order to make sure that we can address the census tracts as we go through them. But again, we go down the list and look at all the census tracts that would qualify.
Okay, so we do get to choose the census tracts. So they give us a bucket, right, of census tracts that are low to moderate income.
Correct.
And then we decide from that bucket which ones we're going to do.
And trying to make the money go as far as it can. That's correct.
Okay, so, and you just, again, addressed my concern, is that you're trying to make it go as far as you can. So does that mean you don't choose the census tracts with the worst roads because it would cost too much?
Worst roads is a relative term, and they're all in probably equal condition. But we're also addressing, in addition to the roads, any curb gutter and sidewalk repairs that need to be done, broken curbs of that nature. So we're addressing a larger project than just repaving the street. Are there worst ones out there? I couldn't tell you. Unless, Ron, you've got any other response, but we assess the census tract areas that are in need of street repair and select them as we go down the list.
So I just like to, what is the process? How do you choose? Do you just stick them all in the bucket and you're like, oh, these two, or how do you choose?
Actually, all of our streets are rated in our pavement management system. And so we look at which streets have the lowest rating, and we try to do those first.
Okay.
And if it happens to, naturally, if we have CDBG funding, those lowest priority streets are the worst rated streets. If it fits into one of those zones, then we'll do them. But we sort of, just based on the rating of the streets, 1 to 100, 100 is the best. We are working on streets that are in the 30s and 40s. We've fallen behind a little bit, but the city manager is correct. We've committed more funds to minor streets recently and are trying to catch up on that task.
Okay. I just want to make sure the funds are being used for their intended purpose, to help the most low income of our population.
The worst streets in those tracks, yes.
Yes. Okay, great. And then I had one more question, and I don't know if you can answer it or not. It's not about roads. I'm looking at page 28 of the report. where it says, because this is outcome-driven, right? Throughout the report, it said this is outcome-driven, improving outcomes, right, for our residents, which I totally relate to as a National Board Certified Teacher. And it states on page 28 that the expected number of families that will benefit from the proposed activities is, and this is, I believe, related to funding for the Samaritan Center for case management, was 100 homeless individuals. So how do we know that? How is that measured? Like, they have 100 clients, or like, how do we know that they're serving 100 people?
So through the agreement that we formulate, the city with the subrecipients, such as the Samaritan Center, in their application, they have stated their goal, and through quarterly reporting and monitoring, we do an evaluation of their progress throughout the year. We're in constant communication with them and evaluating the intakes of their clients and also their activities. So that's how we know.
So they're establishing the 100-person number.
They're establishing the 100-person number, or
That's correct.
that is their goal? They're saying we're going to help 100 people by the end of the year.
That's the number they established as their goal in the CDBG application.
But how do we know that they actually help 100 people? That's my question.
They report data to us.
They report data back to us, and that's presented to the public?
That's correct.
Okay. My last question is about, on page 30, it talks about affordable housing. The CDBG funds, according to the report, will not be used in service deliverance or program to support households. And my question is, why not? Why is there no money for rental assistance? Why is there no money for rehabilitation of existing units or acquisition of existing units? If we are here to lift those who are at the bottom, who need the most help, including reducing homelessness, ending homelessness, transitional housing, helping those with special needs, why is there no funding towards that? Including rehabilitation program, because I have spoken to residents who have lost their homes because they couldn't afford to fix them up, to get them to where they needed to be to code, and they just didn't have the money for it, and so they lost their homes instead. So why are we not putting money into that?
We have been utilizing other sources of funds, including, it's just the line on that page says this program utilizes CalHome, Home Award, and Energy Efficiency Community Block Grant funds to do those programs that you just described. So we're not using CDBG funds for the affordable housing, as we have other funding sources available to do those programs. So the CDBG funds is targeted at some of the other programs that are available, and the allocations that are provided for in the staff report.
I'm just, again, I'm just concerned because, there is a Fair Housing Action Plan that is referred here, and, it's clear that it's not enough. What we have from developer fees is not enough. And there's a lot of money, and that's my last and final question, is the administration is really a lot of money, $115,000. That's a full-time position with benefits, it seems like. Why is the administration so much? Whoever can answer that question.
That's the percentage that, we take the maximum percentage allowed to us by HUD to
I know
manage
that's
the
the maximum
CDBG
percentage,
program.
but why is it so much?
Because we have a full-time person working on CDBG.
Okay, so it is funding a full-time position.
Probably not, it's not all the position, but it goes to funding the position.
Okay, so this is a full-time, year-round job?
That's correct.
To administer this program?
Yes, it is. Following up with the subrecipients, making sure that they're doing their job. It is a full-time job.
Because from the outside looking in, we're giving $20,000 to Conejo Valley Senior Concerns, $45,000 to Samaritan Center, $14,000 to the Fair Housing Program, and the administration cost, if you look at page 3, is $115,000, and we have, the other $553,000. The largest chunk of this funding is going to street rehab. But does the administration oversee that as well, the streets? Because that seems like something Mr. Fujiwaka would be doing.
Well, we are allowed to take an allocation of administration of the CDBG funds. That is not necessarily all going to one person. It's a total allocation to administer the funds, as well as the public works requirement and the management of this is Davis-Bacon project. Is that correct, Ron? So use of CDBG funds is Davis-Bacon. You have to do interviews with the workers that are on the streets and roads job. You have to document those interviews. You have to check their salaries. You have to check their pay stubs. It's quite a bit of work, and that's why we often don't get enough applications on CDBG, because it is a tremendous amount of paperwork that the subrecipients have to submit to the city in order to qualify for those funds. There are several recipients that have historically received CDBG funds that are no longer asking for it because of the paperwork that the federal government requires in order to justify every dime that is spent.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you, Mayor. My question, and I appreciate the report, I'm trying to understand, well, I understand that this is biannual in the sense that we have the application process every 2 years. Is
For
that
public service, we receive applications for capital improvements on a yearly basis.
okay? But for public service, it's every 2 years.
Correct.
Capital improvements, it's annually.
Correct.
So I guess that, so my trying to understand that in the report it states, let me just read. So basically there was 99,000 unspent prior years, the city must spend in housing community development category, et cetera. Included, anyway, going on. Since there are no capital improvement development applications this year, the entire amount, 55 and 53. So you're saying that there were no capital, it was put out to bid, there were no capital improvement recommendations outside of the city, and hence all of the funds are earmarked for the city.
That is correct.
Okay. And then I think you've helped me understand this. And so it is only every other year that one can apply for funds to be used specifically for what purpose?
For the public service.
For the public service, and I
And
guess
capital
define
is every year.
And so define public service, just so that it's understood.
That would be like the Samaritan Center for Case Management. It would be like the Senior Concerns or any other non-bricks and mortar project.
Okay. And the brick and mortar projects are annual in essence.
Correct.
Okay. I just want to make that clearly understood, because I think as I read the report, I thought, well, why don't you just let them apply every year, and then basically, like election, you monitor them at different stages.
In the past, the applications were all applications every year, but it was very burdensome on the smaller organizations that have the public service, basically. So it's more cost-effective for them and for us to have a 2-year application process, but we still do the funding yearly because that's the way we receive it from HUD.
Could we receive it? And I like the fact that you give them a 2-year chunk. I understand that. Could we offer that every year, but with the understanding that it's for a 2-year program?
Yes.
Is there any, I mean, is that too much administration on our part?
Actually, it's easier, I think, on our part.
The way we're doing it, I think I
The
misunderstood.
2-year process is an easier administrative burden upon staff.
The way we're doing it now?
Yes.
Yes, it's easier on us, it's easier on them.
And I guess my question is, but if someone who missed it, they're going to have to wait 2 more years, can we offer that annually, even though knowing it's a 2-year process? Or is that just a lot more work for us? I'm being as clear as mud, aren't I? Sorry.
I mean, if we happen to get a larger chunk of money that would be available, could we allocate it to a new entity? Is that the question?
Well, I guess that's my question, is if we could, for public service, offer it but we've maxed out the funds or the percentage available for that, haven't we?
We do.
Okay, so never mind. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your answering this question.
Just trying to follow.
No, you're doing great. Thank you.
Councilmember Kavanaugh.
I was going to ask if I could make a motion.
We have a speaker.
Oh, sorry, I forgot.
Public speak.
Okay. Then I can. Do your
Seeing
part.
no more questions of staff, are there any?
Mayor, I have one more question, if I may.
Who said that?
May I ask one more question?
Okay.
On page 37, it says the actions plan to address obstacles to meeting underserved needs. It talks about and earlier in the report, it talks about limited financial resources and the lack of redevelopment funds and also a decrease in revenues. I want to make sure we're not using funding that should be used for housing to meet the goals of reducing the number of poverty level families, that's on page 38 as a goal, and addressing the needs of underserved residents. I want to make sure that we are not using our lower revenues or lack of revenues by using CDBG funds for that instead of producing more revenues. Because again, I don't see anything in this plan. Even the rehabilitation programs offered by VCDCC, it states, are only offered in the west and Ventura County, but not here on the east end. So if someone needs help, they got to go all the way to the other side of Ventura County, which is a drive, in order to get that support. So is there a future where we would finally use the CDBG funds to help with the development of affordable housing?
It's always possible if we have a request to come in. It's not, the problem is that we just don't have a sufficient amount of CDBG funds in order to provide for affordable housing. We'd have to accumulate a number of years in order to have an effective investment into an affordable housing project. But it's certainly possible. It's up to the city council if they want to direct funds towards that purpose. But the allocations that we have been prioritized by the city council, recognizing that the city council has other funding sources for affordable housing projects.
I guess my concern is that we are taking away, my concern is the other way, is that we would have better opportunity to seek funds for the roads, the minor road rehab, to fix our roads than there would be for affordable housing, since there's so many limits on that. And CDBG is specifically to help those underserved needs and to help poverty level families. Rental assist, $553,000 of rental assistance, and I recognize we need to fix our roads, but I believe there's more financial opportunities to get funding to fix our roads than for rental assistance. And $553,000 of rental assistance would help prevent homelessness in the city, which I believe meets several of the goals of the CDBG funds. That is my concern.
Council decision.
I'll be making a 9B motion because I believe we need to meet the needs of all of our residents, including those that are most at risk. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, we have one speaker card for 5A.
Okay.
Rocky Roads.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, and staff, thank you for to the committee that brought forth the careful consideration of using the CDBG funds, and thank you for the questions, Councilmember Luevanos, on the priority spending of the funds. I think each of the areas proposed for funding are right on target, but I'm speaking today to offer a change to the amounts of the allocations, the percentages. The city's roads and potholes are a constant source of funding need, but this year, because of the COVID relief funding, we have an allocation to work on some of the roads. I would propose the following changes to the suggested allocations from the committee. One, lower the amount of the allocation from the Project 3, road repairs, and make it an even $500,000. And two, reallocate the $33,094, only because I was rounding, to Project 4, case management with the Samaritan Center. The Samaritan Center is likely to see a major uptick in services requested. So the 100 people served that they mentioned is likely to be larger. And the main reason is because the hotel voucher program is coming to an end, which will then put a lot more people in the need of Samaritan Center services. And the uptick could be substantial. The caseworkers that they have are basically, to my understanding, I'm not an expert of the Samaritan Center, though I volunteer there, they're close to max capacity. So additional funding could reduce their workload while increasing the number of clients that could be effectively served. And until we can get the county to do their part and reinstitute the mental health facilities in the building that's sitting empty right now, we need the Samaritan Center to be at the highest capacity it can to serve that need in our city. So both roads and homelessness are burning issues for the city. This suggestion, I think, helps balance the response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have no other speakers for this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Kavanaugh. Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
I just would like a follow-up question to what Mr. Rocky Rhodes just proposed. Are we at liberty to reallocate the funds, or does the Samaritan Center have to directly, I mean, it's a different usage, different category. Are we allowed to just switch that indiscriminately? Would you speak to that?
Well, let me jump in before Julia gets there. We do have another pot of CDBG funds, the CDBG CV, thank you, that are specifically related to COVID that we have not allocated yet, that can be allocated for the purpose that Mr. Rhodes was discussing. We are assessing different funding options that we can make to utilize those funds, about $700,000? Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we'll be coming back to you with potential to allocate those funds, and we've been discussing this particular purpose for that. So I think we may have solved.
So we can address that and still keep it as designated.
Correct.
May I ask a question?
And let me ask one. Wouldn't we be a little bit out of order unless we had somebody from the Samaritan Center making the request, and unless Mr. Rhodes is a representative of the Samaritan Center? But I'm like looking, okay, where's the speaker from the Samaritan Center? Does that make sense to you? Yeah. It seems difficult to make those changes when you don't have the key folks from the Samaritan Center here requesting those changes.
Yeah, and that's why we would like some time to discuss with them. We've had prior conversations with the Samaritan Center, and case management had not necessarily been a priority at that time, but we plan on re-engaging with them. I know they're going through a transition right now with their executive director, but I think we can, you're absolutely right, have that conversation about how we can best serve the homeless community that they are serving.
Yes, okay. Okay, Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is with regard to the COVID funding. Can the COVID funding that we have, and this is why it's important for us to look at all the different pots of budget money that we have, right, in terms of what can it be used for? Can that COVID money, I know we have 15 million that were allocated. We already allocated 5 million, right, to improving the roads. Is that correct?
Major streets, yes.
Yes, major streets, not minor streets.
Correct.
Can, of that $10 million, can that be used for rental assistance to help our low-income families? Can that be used for the Samaritan Center? Can that be used for these other goals that the CDBG is intended for home rehabilitation?
So the reallocation of the ARPA funding staff report comes to you next meeting, so you'll be able to look at that. That is part of the recommended allocation of funding. So you're going to see that was on the original list, and that's on the revised list as well. So we are looking at that.
So is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure we don't miss out on funding opportunities to address these very dire needs of meeting the CDBG goals, and in terms of us meeting the needs of our most at-risk residents, we should do that to the extent possible. And if this is what the funding is intended for, then that's what we should use it for. Roads are nice, but a roof over your head is even better.
Yes.
Now may I make a motion? Thank you. I move to adopt the Community Development Block Grant Advisory Committee's funding recommendation and make the final determination of projects and programs to be funded in fiscal year 2022-23 and authorize the submission of the fiscal year 2022-23 action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
Councilmember Luevanos?
I choose to abstain because I believe the funding should be spent for its intended purpose.
The motion passes with Councilmember Lovenose abstaining.
Before we get on to the next item, let's take a break. And I apologize to you that are waiting for a public hearing and on the clock at home probably, but we need to take a break. So give us about 10 minutes, we'll be back. We'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you very much for your indulgence while we ate M&Ms. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, the next public hearing item, agenda item 5B, consideration of a general plan amendment pre-screening of GPPS-2022-0002, Habitat for Humanity, a request to change the general plan land use designation from civic center to moderate density residential for a 0.885 acre parcel located at 3802 Avenida Simi. And Alexandra Klingman, Sean Gibson, and Claudia Pedroza are here to present this item.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Tonight, the applicant Habitat for Humanity.
Just 1 second, John, thank you. Is there any ex parte communications to report? I think there are some.
Mr. Mayor, I met with Habitat for Humanity about this issue, I want to say 6 months ago, something like that, wasn't it? I don't remember when it was.
I believe I did also. As did I. I thought it was even longer than that, but it's been a while.
Me 4.
Me 5. I've met with them, and I can't remember the date. Okay, that's good. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, John.
I'll start over, everyone. Good evening again. The applicant, Habitat for Humanity, submitted a general plan pre-screening request for the City Council's authorization to proceed with a formal general plan amendment request. As a reminder with pre-screening requests, it's important to note that the City Council is not approving a development project tonight. This hearing will only allow the City Council to provide feedback and direction to the applicant on the potential general plan amendment. Tonight, our assistant planner, which I'd like to introduce tonight, is Alex Klingman. She's been with her just a little over a year now, and she's doing a fantastic job. She will provide our presentation tonight.
Good evening. The applicant, Habitat for Humanity, is requesting to change the general plan land use designation from civic center to moderate density residential on a 0.885 acre vacant lot located at 3802 Avenida Simi, directly west of the Simi Valley Senior Center. Pursuant to the municipal code, the City Council is the decision maker for a pre-screening request. The subject property is surrounded by single-family residences to the north and west, and a shared driveway and parking lot to the east and south that provides access and parking for the Simi Valley Senior Center and the Ventura County Superior Court building. The site previously contained a single-family residence and pool that were demolished a number of years ago. The site is currently flat with 3 large trees located to the east and a perimeter block wall located along both the side and rear property lines. Currently, the property is owned by the city and was originally acquired by the Simi Valley Community Development Agency. In 2016 and 2020, the City Council received 2 unrelated pre-screening requests to change the Civic Center designation to very high density residential. The council approved these requests. However, in both cases, the applicant decided not to move forward with the formal application. Should the City Council authorize the applicant to move forward with a formal general plan amendment request, the final outcome of the property would be subject to future negotiations between Habitat for Humanity and the city. The current general plan land use designation for the site is Civic Center. The applicant is requesting to change the designation to moderate density residential to allow them to submit an application for the development of 10 affordable, detached, single-family homes. The purpose of this designation is to encourage residential areas composed of detached, single-family dwelling units on small lots and attached residential projects for senior or affordable housing. The proposed designation would allow for a maximum of 8 units, attached or detached, without a density bonus. To accommodate the applicant's conceptual plan of 10 units, an 11.3% density bonus would be required. While it is the applicant's intent to build single-family detached homes, multifamily attached units are also a possibility with this request, and the conceptual proposal may be revised in order to best comply with zoning regulations and state density bonus law. Though the applicant is not requesting any type of development with this pre-screening, a conceptual design has been submitted to provide the council with an idea of what would be proposed with a formal development application. If authorized, the applicant would propose 10 single-family, 2-story detached homes. All of the units would be designated as affordable housing for low-income residents. The applicant would also have to apply for a zone change, affordable housing agreement, plan development permit, tentative tract map, and any applicable entitlement requests in order to develop the site. The project will also require a density bonus, as mentioned earlier. The following criteria is required as part of the general plan pre-screening process. The first 2 items determine whether the proposed general plan change has the potential to be compatible with existing land uses and with the goals and policies of the general plan. These are given the highest consideration in the process. The applicant's conceptual site plan provides an example of a possible development option that consists of single-family homes similar to the existing single-family residential neighborhood to the north and the west. The site is compatible with the surrounding land uses as it is configured in close proximity to a commercial shopping center, which includes a grocery market, restaurants, coffee shop, urgent care, and other neighborhood-related stores. The site is also adjacent to the Civic Center campus where most local government offices are located, including the Senior Center and the Simi Valley Library, as well as a multi-amenity community park and public transit. Amending the general plan land use designation to moderate density residential is also consistent with the goals and the policies of the general plan, as it would provide residential development options that are not currently available under the existing designation. This would help accommodate the housing needs of Simi Valley residents and provide more housing options to the surrounding neighborhood. Additionally, any new development would be required to comply with the Simi Valley Municipal Code requirements for lot sizes, setbacks, building height, parking, and landscaping. This would ensure that new housing maintains the distinguishing characteristics and qualities of the existing neighborhood. Lastly, there have been no recent general plan amendment requests or newly adopted land use studies or policies in this area within the last 12 months. Based on the analysis of the required pre-screening criteria and staff's evaluation of the proposal, the following alternatives are available to the City Council. Staff recommends that City Council authorize this request for further processing as a formal general plan amendment application. This concludes the presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, questions, staff? Seeing, hearing no questions?
I have a quick question, and I don't know if you can answer this. Have we ever worked with Habitat for Humanity before?
The city has worked with Habitat for Humanity in the past. Mr. Taylor is new to Habitat. We have not worked with Mr. Taylor, but there are 3 housing units at the southeast corner of Royal and Sequoia that were built by Habitat.
And how long ago was that, if you recall?
Over 15
20
years. 15-ish.
15, 20 years.
Okay, so that's the last time we worked with Habitat for Humanity in the city?
Those were built by Habitat for Humanity. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And there was only 3 units?
3 units.
Thank
It was
you.
a partnership with the Park District. They actually own the property. It was a partnership between the city, the Park District, and Habitat for Humanity, kind of pulling land available together to do those 3 projects.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, the applicant wish to be heard. Applicants, 2, plural.
We're very excited to be here today. I got a quick overview of Habitat so people get a sense of who we are as an organization and where we're going as it relates to these types of projects. Our vision, obviously, is we believe everybody deserves a decent place to live. Our mission is based in our spiritual background as a calling that communities that are together and are built together bring hope. There are 1,400 affiliates across the United States operating in 60 countries with a common mission. There are 41 habitats in the state of California, of which our habitat was the first one and came into existence in 1983. The affordable continuum here shows you what we design our projects for. We believe that home ownership is the way to financial freedom. Our focus is on 80 AMI or lower. We build affordable housing as well as low-income housing. I want to really stress that our partnerships are designed to give people a hand up, not a handout. We do not give houses away. And another thing, Jimmy Carter is not our founder. Overview of available programs that we have here in Ventura County is the area that we cover. We have a new home construction division. We have Habitat Home Repair. We've done some home repairs here in Simi as well, a number of trailer parks and other parts of the city. We have a Playhouse Build program, and we also have a Restore, two of them, in fact, one here in Simi on LA Avenue, which I'm hoping all of you shop at, and another store on Eastman Avenue in Oxnard. Our future projects and completed projects in the last 5 years since I've been here, we've built 6 homes in Colonia that were completed in 2018, 2-home development in Berry Street in 2020. We're completing this month, I think in the middle of May, we will be done with our 5-home development in Port Hueneme beach property on West C Street. I put in here 10 homes built in Avenida Ventura, or Simi, because we're believing we're going to be able to build these 10 homes in Simi. We're in discussions right now with the city of Oxnard on a 28 tiny home build project on Cypress Street that's designed in partnership with the county, the city, and the housing authority to address the homeless issue in Ventura County as well. And we just signed an agreement with OHI for a 4-unit build on Montgomery Street. As you can tell, we're very busy in the home building programs. Homeowner selection, which is a big thing that people want to know about, is how do we choose the people that work or buy our homes? First of all, everybody who buys a Habitat home gets an affordable mortgage. We used to, in the past, handle mortgages ourselves. We no longer do that. They come to Habitat with a qualified note from a lending institution that says they are qualified for the price of the home that has been set through the build process. I want to stress here, point number 2 is that, again, it's not a handout, it's a hand up. Every homeowner spends 500 hours of sweat equity building not only their home, but the homes that are in the project as well. And there's some data here. The process to confirm some things is that we know that the application process and the things that people go through provide folks an opportunity to live better lives. And I could go on and on about the stats, but that's not important here tonight. But they're healthier, their kids perform better in school, the neighborhood flourishes, and I'm proud to say that everywhere we build a Habitat home, property value increases. The need, obviously, 1 in 4 families in Ventura County pay 50% of their income in mortgage fees. That's tragic. Habitat is designed to fill that gap here in Ventura County. And here are some of the stats I talked about. Graduation rates increase, children's health increases, net family wealth increases, property values increases. Obviously, we boost the local economy. All of our homeowners also go through an extensive background check before they're approved. There are a number of other things that they're designed to adhere to. They sign a 40-year covenant with Habitat. We make sure that the houses are maintained in the way in which they've received them, which keeps the property value up. Second program is our home repair program, which is really, we've done 180 houses and modifications since 2011. Those are roofs. Primarily our clients in this particular program are the elderly, veterans, disability individuals as well. And that's really a focus on allowing people to stay in their homes when their homes are unlivable. I heard one of the council members talking about people being removed from their houses because they're unfit. That's another program that Habitat spends roughly $3 million a year in helping people stay in their houses. Obviously, we're a volunteer-based program. All of our work is done primarily through volunteers, which really allows for us to spend 92 cents on every dollar goes into the build projects and the home repair programs that we're a part of. We're very proud of that, we're able to spend a large portion of the resources that we raise go towards the programs that we're about. Our Playhouse builds is obviously, we know that here in Ventura County we have a strong military community. We do a Playhouse program that builds playhouses for military families on both bases that allows for young children to receive a playhouse built by volunteers, and it's given to a military family to enjoy the benefits of that. They're done free with partnerships with corporate sponsors all across the county of Ventura. Lastly, we have 2 restores, and one of the reasons I have this slide in here is very simply this. We do about $1.3 million in the 2 stores that we have. All of that money that's raised through our restores goes to pay for our admin cost. The rent here in Simi, if you can do anything about it, is $15,000 a month. So if you want to help me out with that, that'd be great. We pay another rent in our Eastman Avenue as well. Our salaries and all that comes from our for-profit entity, which is our Habitat Restores. And really, that's how we operate. We are at our core a nonprofit that is designed to help the community deal with the issues that are most pressing, which is affordable housing and low-income housing. That's all we do. We're the only builder in the county that does low-income and affordable housing that is for sale. We do no rental units, provide no build structures that are like that. All of our builds are for sale and only for affordable, lower-end affordable and low-income families. So that's kind of an oversight of Habitat for Humanity, and I'm Darcy Taylor, the CEO, and very proud to have that job. Lauren.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Lauren Hinkle, and I'm a project architect for RRM Design Group and a proud native of Ventura County. I'm honored to be a partner with Habitat for Humanity and to assist them in their mission of building affordable homes for our county members. We're excited to share with you our conceptual design for this site on Avenida Simi. The concept is based around a motor court to provide a sense of community for these homeowners. And as Darcy mentioned, they'll be working together and building their homes together. And this design continues to promote that sense of community. Our plan focuses on modest but yet livable 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath homes. Our intent is that each homeowner would have their own outdoor private space, their own yard to call theirs. As this project continues, we're excited to work with city staff, with Habitat, and the community of Simi Valley to ensure that we provide a neighborhood that fits within the context, that is sensitive to its neighbors, as well as providing quality homes for these homeowners. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Questions of the applicant? Are there, Councilmember Luevanos?
I just want to, I had already asked you when we met, but just for the public's knowledge, because I know people had asked me, if you're working a job or 2 jobs, right, and you're low income, how do you find the 500 hours to build your home?
So the sweat equity is divided into 3 sections. One, you can either have your relative work, you can work in our restores, Our work sites are open 6 days a week, so there's ample opportunity to do that. And then the third way is you can assign a certain member of your family to work in one of those other 3 areas as well. So we try to provide opportunity. I mean, we're not really designed to say that if you can't do 250 hours on the work site that you're not going to be qualified for the house. That's not the case. But I will say this, everybody knows when they sign up for the Habitat program, the sweat equity is a requirement that's there for them to see that if they can't do the sweat equity, then they can't own the home.
And they have to come to you with funding already approved?
Yeah, so up until 5 years ago, we used to carry the mortgages ourselves. I used to lend money with 0 interest, and we financially was not a very viable option for us or business plan for us. So now homeowners, like for our 5 Port Hueneme homes, we had initially 600 people line up for the 5 homes.
Wow.
They spent, I think the first person in line came the day before at 7 o'clock in the evening and stayed all night. And one of the things as part of the application process, they must have an approved letter from a lending institution that says they qualify for the sale price of that particular home. Then they have a year where they have to maintain that credit rating, maintain that financial good standing in order to qualify to purchase that house when they start their escrow process, when they take ownership after the COOs are completed.
So of those 600, how many does it dwindle down to?
We sold 5 units.
No, but how many of them qualified of the 600?
Oh, so yeah, so we take the first 5.
Uh-huh.
So if you're first in line and you have all your documents in order, you'll be the first person right down the line. And then we pick 3 alternates in case any of the first 5 falter. We have an additional 3 individuals that are prepared to step in and take that role. And then the 600 that do not get a house go into our database, and anytime we do a build anywhere in the county, they are notified first that this is a build that we're having. They can prepare and get ready. And most of them who have gone through that process know that the earlier that I get in line,
Yeah.
the more likely I am to have or get an opportunity to own a home, a Habitat home.
And is this information provided in Spanish anywhere? We have a lot of
Yes.
Spanish speaking
It's actually
residents.
provided in 3 languages.
Wonder, what's the third language? Tagalog?
Vietnamese and Mandarin.
Oh, no Tagalog, huh? Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We appreciate, it was very good to meet with you. I know that all of us had that opportunity and we're inspired by the way this project works. A couple questions. First of all, let's assume this gets approved tonight, the whole process begins. At what point is it announced, basically, when can our residents expect to get in line and do they know the prices and start working? What is the time frame?
That's a very good question. Typically, we like our homeowners to qualify for the process 12 months out from completion of the project. Over the last 5 years, we've learned that the longer that span is extended, the harder it is for the homeowner. Because if you look at some of the people that we choose, they could be living in a house that has 6 families, or they could be living in a farm worker community. And the longer we extend that, the harder it is on them. And so we believe that once the project breaks ground, as I met with some of you, I explained it takes us about 12 months to build a 10-unit project. So that's when we'd announce it. The Habitat guidelines require us to do certain media, obligations across the county. And then once that process begins, land breaks, and that's usually when we start the selection process.
Gotcha. Okay. And you mentioned first of all, we love your resource. I just would like to say thank you for having that here in Simi Valley. It's a great resource. In your portfolio of things that you do, you mentioned the home repairs, et cetera. Has that been a presence here in Simi Valley?
Yeah, so the home repair program is driven primarily by federal funds. I know you guys are talking about, today in your presentation about the question of federal funding and so forth. And really, that's where that program is driven through federal funds, and home key money is part of that as well. Home money is part of that program. What we're trying to do at Habitat is, and many of you know this, federal government has a lot of restrictions and guidelines that make it very difficult for Habitat to select candidates without having the government involved in that process. We don't want that. So what we've done is we've designed a program moving forward that allow for us to have a certain amount of dollars set aside for us to choose where we want to choose, which is really where this program is ultimately going, which will give us the ability to do more in, say, CME than having to rely on what the city of Simi is giving us to use, as opposed to what we can bring to the table as well. The average city for us is usually we do about 45 units a year. We don't do any in Oxnard. I don't know why that is, but, well, I do know why. I don't want to share it here, but we do about 40 houses a year with this particular program, spread all over the county. Primarily, a lot of mobile homes are in high need too, in the city and in the county as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
I just wanted to make a comment or two. You basically covered it in part of your presentation, but if this goes through, this also has a lot of volunteer opportunities for our local residents. I know on the corporate level, my employer utilizes the volunteers at the Habitat for Humanity throughout the county, and it allows employees to take the day off from work to do it and get paid. So I know that will be another positive for our community if this is to go through. Correct?
Correct.
That's okay.
Correct. 60% of the build projects outside of, we don't like volunteers to do our electrical. We're real careful also with plumbing. Certain things that we've learned over the years that we're better off with subcontractors, but almost 80% to 90% of the builds are done with volunteer labor. Like I said, electrical, plumbing, and the roofs are usually the subcontractors, and then a lot of that is donated work. All the air conditioning that we put in our homes is done for free. We have a contractor here in the county that does that as a service to us. We are a B contractor, so we can do everything from the street to the house, and we get a lot of our work on the street donated by another contractor here in the county as well. So we couldn't accomplish what we do. We couldn't sell our houses at the price we sell them at if we did not have volunteer labor as part of that process. It's critical to the financial viability of the program, and it's critical to the homeowners themselves as part of that process. So come out and swing a hammer, dig a hole, do some painting.
Very good.
All right.
Can I say one thing before I sit down?
Sure, you've got the floor.
I was born in this county. I won't tell you what year. And my wife was born in this county as well. She's a graduate of Cal Lutheran University. I went to UCSB. What makes Habitat unique, I think, in many ways, is that it takes care of its own. Anybody that buys a Habitat home must be from the county of Ventura. And in some cases, cities have the right to designate a certain percentage of those homes to go to people from those cities. And the program that you're discussing tonight is really about how do we improve not only the lives of individuals who qualify for these wonderful homes, and I'll challenge anybody to look at a Habitat home and not see how wonderful they're built. But really, you're improving the community at large. You're giving someone who would not have an opportunity to buy a house in this marketplace an opportunity to do that, and they will, and I can vouch for all of our homeowners, they will make some of the best homeowners in the county. They'll take care of their homes, they'll take care of the properties, their kids will flourish, which ultimately is what we want our communities to be all about, opportunities and betterment. So hopefully you'll approve it, and we'll be able to get started as soon as possible.
Thank you. Public comments.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speaker cards. Joe Pachowski.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. I've come before you on numerous occasions within the last year to talk about different development projects. And I have to say, if this is the type of development project we're looking at in Simi Valley, I wish you could approve it tonight. That's how much I support this type of a project. This is the type of project I've spoken about at the council meetings in the past, where we encourage home ownership rather than enriching some apartment owner building a monstrosity that's nothing but an eyesore on our city. This is the type of project we should be looking at and approving. And so I just want to encourage the council to push this through tonight and get this into the development process. And I look forward to a situation where it's back before the council for final approval so that they can start building. Because we're talking about, it's not a big project. We're talking about 10 homes. But the thing is, as Mr. Taylor said, he said the same thing that I've said in the past, which is home ownership builds wealth. That's the single biggest way for any family to build wealth, is through home ownership and by building equity in your home. And that's why this is the type of development that Simi Valley should be doing more of. And with that, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Jim Woods.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, City Council members. I'll be looking at this project out of my kitchen window. I'm kind of the nosy guy on the block. I've been totally opposed to the last 2 projects. Number 1 was 400 square feet for veterans with no rules. And it was like a 28 or 30 units with 22 parking spaces. The last one was no better, and it went from 30 to 35. And many of you voted for those. And all I can say is, do any of you live in that neighborhood? The answer to that would be no. I spoke with Darcy. My only complaint was that when he sent out his letter of scoping, which you all know what that means, it didn't say about the property. So what did I do? Probably ripped it up because I'm sick of getting all the junk mail. When I learned what it was, I found out, I made some phone calls, and I'd rather see 8 units there. I think 10's too many. But if the units are fenced, if they own the property, that will not hurt my property value. That will not destroy the parking up and down the block. That will not fill the senior center with parking, which is what you all guys voted for the last 2 times. I'm totally for it. And all of my neighbors came to me. Again, I live in the corner lot. Great window, looks, I get to watch it. We wave, everybody go by. What's this, Jim? What's this, Jim? What's this, Jim? So I told them, and they all agree with me as well. They say this is at least home ownership, and it will not destroy our property values. My only hope is in the woke world we live in, is we don't try to put 20 or 30 units there. We don't try to build up to 5 stories. If I wanted to live in that environment, I'd move over that hill. Instead, I'm moving more to Arizona, where it's more open and free, because I'm tired of you have to comply with everybody and make everybody happy. If I wanted to live in Malibu, I have to make a lot more money than I make now. If I want to live in Simi Valley and I don't have the job, I guess I'll move to Lancaster or Palmdale. I hope you approve this project and let it go further, and let it go to planning. I know planning doesn't try to change it to huge mega thing like we've got over there by the new CVS. That's not what Simi Valley is about. And if we want to have that environment in this city, I think you need to move. Thank you very much, and thank you, City Council, for carrying and bringing this to us. And our police department, everything else. We have a great city here. Let's keep it that way.
Thank you. Does staff want to respond to any of the comments?
No comments tonight.
No comments? Does the applicant want to respond to anything that's been said? It's on my script, sir.
Would you like a motion, Mayor?
Mayor, may I make a comment? And I will probably second your motion.
I think we've commented out. Let's just start voting if someone wanted to make a motion.
I move to authorize GPPS-2022-0002 for further processing as a formal general plan amendment to change the general plan land use designation from civic center to moderate density residential, with direction to include the concurrent filing of an application for a zone change from residential medium density to residential moderate density, a planned development permit, a tentative tract map, and an affordable housing agreement.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Give you your moment, Councilmember Luevanos.
I was just going to state that my favorite part of this project is that this will be owners living in these homes and not investors, which is something that we sorely need in this community, to see people buying homes that are going to live in those homes. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Okay, there we go.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next public hearing item. Agenda item 5C. Consideration of a general plan amendment pre-screening review of GPPS-2022-0001 City Ventures Home Building LLC. A request to change the general plan land use designation from general commercial and medium density residential to high density residential for a 3.61 acre site located at 1845 Oak Road. And Elizabeth Richardson and Sean Gibson are here to present this item.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any ex parte communications to report?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've met with this company this afternoon.
And Mr. Mayor, I met with them last week.
And I met with them last week.
And I met with them last week as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. The applicant, City Ventures Home Building LLC, submitted a general plan pre-screening application for the City Council's authorization to proceed with a formal general plan amendment application. Again, it is important to note that the City Council is not approving a development project tonight. Rather, the applicant is requesting to change the present land use designation from general commercial to medium density residential, general commercial and medium density residential to high density residential. Elizabeth Richardson, our associate planner, will make tonight's presentation. Elizabeth.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council members. Tonight we are reviewing a request for a general plan pre-screen for property located at 1845 Oak Road. The applicant is requesting a general plan pre-screen to change the existing land use designation from general commercial and medium density residential to high density residential for purposes of redeveloping the property with a new multifamily residential development. The project site is a 3.61 acre property located south of East Los Angeles Avenue, just east of Yosemite Avenue. The 4 parcels are the former site of the Phoenix Ranch School and is developed with school buildings, parking lots, swimming pool, play area, and landscaping. Access to the site will be from Oak Road and Shunk Road, and surrounding uses include the Ventura County Fire Station, commercial buildings, multifamily residential, single-family residential, and no mobile home parks. This is an aerial image of the project site looking south from Los Angeles Avenue at Oak Road. In this photo, you can see the project site is outlined in red, and you can see the former school buildings, basketball courts, and swimming pool, and outdoor recreation space, so swimming pool and outdoor recreation space. The current land uses of the property site is general commercial and medium density residential. The current land use would allow residential development on only the medium density residential portion of the site. By changing the land use to high density residential, multifamily residential development would be allowed over the entire 3.61 acre site. Additionally, the high density residential land use designation and multifamily residential development would be consistent with the surrounding residential development. The purpose of the high-density residential land use is to encourage higher-density residential development such as townhouses, 2- and 3-story apartment buildings, and other multifamily development. The proposed land use would allow a density between 10.1 and 20 units per acre, and for the 3.61 acre project site, this would allow a maximum of 72 units without a density bonus. The conceptual proposal for the property is for 65 townhomes, which is a density of 18 units per acre. The applicant's conceptual plan is to develop the property with 65 townhome unit development. The units will be placed within 11 buildings that are 3 stories tall. If the general plan pre-screen is approved tonight, the applicant will prepare their formal application for submittal. The following criteria is used when considering a pre-screening request. The proposed land use change to high-density residential will complement the surrounding multifamily residential development surrounding the project site. Surrounding uses are high-density and very high-density multifamily residential developments, including apartments and mobile home parks. Access to the site will be from East Los Angeles Avenue to Oak Road and Shunk Road, and as part of their formal application, a traffic study will be submitted to ensure access to the project site will not adversely impact traffic circulation along Los Angeles Avenue. Additionally, the formal application package will be required to comply with the development requirements of the Simi Valley Municipal Code. The proposed land use amendment would be compatible with the goals and policies of the general plan by prioritizing future growth as infill by redeveloping an underutilized property with a new high-density residential development that would provide adequate-sized housing that is comparable with the surrounding residential developments. In the last 12 months, there have been no other amendments in the same general plan area, nor has there been new land use studies or policies adopted. And based upon the analysis required for a general plan pre-screen, staff recommends the City Council authorize the applicant to file the general plan amendment as requested. This concludes staff's presentation, and we are available for questions.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Councilmember Luevanos.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question about, since this is it's commercial and medium density, was there no desire by the applicant to do a mixed use, or would that be appropriate here? Or is there no need for commercial?
So it's my understanding the property's for sale, and these are prospective purchasers of that property. So the applicants are here to maybe answer that question.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Thank you. A question with regards to density. Currently, it is medium density and commercial. What is, for medium density, what is the ratio? How many units per acre?
That'll be 3.1 to 5 units per acre.
3.1 to 5 units. And I'm sorry, I really should know this. Is moderate higher or lower than medium density? I really should know this.
Moderate is higher.
Moderate is higher. Okay, thank you. And moderate density is at what density?
5.1 to 10.
5.1 to 10. And so they are asking to go from medium on that one space, is that correct? Is it medium or is it moderate right now?
That's currently medium.
It's currently medium. Okay, thank you. And they would like to skip it over moderate and go to high density and then make the commercial high density as well.
Correct, that is a request.
Okay, and just for numbers, let's say if they had gone to decide to do moderate density, then they would have about half the units, about 36 units or something. Is that correct? I mean, that would be the max if
So 3.61 times 5 is
3.6 times 10, which would be any
10. Sorry, yeah,
so
36.
It's about 36, right? Okay. I'm just trying to get a perspective of what could be built if they chose a different understanding. Okay. The access for commercial, whereas if you go back to that chart that you just had up, that was great. Thank you, Elizabeth. Actually, the zoning, the one that shows yes, there. Thank you. So the access for commercial would be, I'm just trying to think, is just those two strips there. One is from Shunk, is that correct? And the other's off of LA Ave. Is that the access that would make those commercially viable? Right, so Oak Road, though, it's accessible off of
So
LA.
this is Oak Road.
Right.
In this location. Hey.
Put your cursor on this.
And
Okay. So Oak Road is here.
right,
And this is Shunk Road
okay.
over here. And so the site will have, in their conceptual design, the residential project will have access both on Oak as well as on Shunk.
I understand, and I'm just trying to understand if it were to have remained, I mean, it's currently zoned commercial, the thought for, if it were to actually be used commercially, it would be accessible through LA Avenue, that one piece, and the other piece would be through Shunk itself. Is that correct? That's the only way really to get, okay.
Right, it's really just these two access points into that
Okay.
commercial area.
And my question is also one of height. Let me just ask, they're proposing 3 stories on these are all 3-story townhomes. What else in this area is 3 stories?
I believe there's a 3-story complex on the south end of Yosemite, and I'm trying to visualize it 'cause it's below. Go back to the.
Are the apartments on Yosemite 3-story?
There's a small project south of the larger project where it says very. If it is 3 stories, it's further south of Yosemite right there. There's a small
So it's not contiguous, but there might be something.
Yeah.
Is there, and I drove that area today and had fun going all into that. That's such an interesting piece of property. Are there restrictions with SOAR, with hillside ordinances at all because it's so close to the hill, et cetera? Is there anything?
No,
I mean,
it's
not
all on the
SOAR,
valley
but
floor.
It's on the valley floor as far as visual block. Okay, just want to make, okay. Anyway, thank you. That appreciate all that.
Okay, any other questions?
Mayor, I got a email, and I'd like to ask the question of the email that received from the resident. Is that all right?
Yep.
And I don't know if you can answer this or if the applicant can answer this. And if you can answer, it's okay, I'll ask the applicant. Is there any consideration for any of these units being affordable? For being, for low income or very low income?
I think you need to ask the applicant that.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant.
And I realize it's time for the applicant to make the presentation. Can I just ask one more question, if I could, please, Mayor? Thank you. If we approve, this is pre-screening, I realize that. If we were to approve and make this all high density, residential, I know we're going to hear what they propose for the site. What if someone else came because that was one of the questions in one of the emails I received. If someone else stepped forward and purchased the land, or if it somehow fell through and someone else, what could that, I mean, what's the density that would support, or with, I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand how dense that area would be or could be. Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Well, I think realistically, anyone that purchases a property is probably going to look at residential. The commercial, the two pieces that are zoned commercial don't make any commercial sense, quite frankly, in terms of zoning. They're not on the street. They'd be very isolated commercial ventures. So if not this one, you're going to find the next person in the door is going to be looking at residential as well. Question becomes is what density are they going to, they may be, the next one in the door may propose a higher density.
And that's, I guess that's my question.
Yes.
If we say high density for this, are we opening the door for a higher?
This has to come back to you for approval because it is a general plan pre-screening. It's a general plan amendment. So as the project moves forward to the planning commission and then to a recommendation to the city council, ultimately the city council has to approve it.
I have to add that if you tried making that commercial going down.
Oh, no, yeah, agreed.
I think you're going to end up with an entirely
No, yeah.
unproducible piece of land because number one, you're not going to be able to get traffic down there. Number two, you're not going to be able to get fire department access like you can with residential. So I think there would be a lot of roadblocks.
I would agree. I guess my question was really more of how dense it would be with the residential if they don't build it, if someone else does. But I completely agree, Mayor.
Just want to add that don't forget that you'll have to also consider affordable housing laws in the state.
Well, and that's just it too. If that could increase the density if they met certain requirements. Sure. Okay.
Okay. I guess it's time to hear from the applicant. If you wish to be heard.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the community. My name is Michelle Thrakunshawi, and I am the Managing Director of City Ventures, the applicant of the proposed project located at 1845 Oak Road. My associate, Anastasia Preej, and I are happy to be here this evening. And for me personally, in a lot of ways, it feels like I'm coming home. I grew up in the city of Moorpark, graduate of Moorpark High School. I played basketball and softball and competed against Royal High School and Simi Valley High School and played softball at your city parks. I used to study at the public library across the hall here, way before the days of the World Wide Web, when you had to do research papers and Moorpark didn't have those resources, and took my driver's license test just down the street at the Simi Valley DMV. So it's good to be here. But to get started, I want to thank Elizabeth for the thorough presentation. And to avoid redundancy, really the focus of tonight's presentation, especially because many of you have heard from me before, but for the community's benefit, is to introduce you to City Ventures, highlight really what our core competencies, qualifications, and track record are in the state of California, and show you some of our built product that we've built throughout the state. And then to talk a little bit about the project, recognizing that we're really in the very early infancy stages and haven't yet had the opportunity to meet in person with the community, although we have sent an outreach letter and actually sent that letter to just under 1,400 residents, tenants, occupants within a 500-foot radius, delivering my personal contact information for anyone to connect with me with questions, comments, ideas, concerns, what have you. Of those 1,400 letters, I received 3 responses, and happy to discuss what those commentaries were off the record. So with that, we'll just jump right in. So City Ventures is a residential for-sale developer and home builder. I want to emphasize for sale. I think Elizabeth used the term multifamily, and sometimes I shun at that because a lot of times there's some negative connotation with that. We like to pride ourselves on the fact that we identify underutilized real estate in coastal California cities. We're only in the state of California. Our main office is in Orange County. We have an office in San Francisco as well. At one point in time, we did actually have an office in Ventura and ended up closing that office. But nevertheless, the focus as the for sale residential developer, as I said, is to identify underutilized properties. We have over 250 years of combined experience with our team. The company was founded in 2009, and we like to call ourselves industry veterans and really specialize in navigating California's challenging entitlement and land use process, and working closely then with the community early on to avoid entitlement challenges and delays, and really making sure that we're conducting outreach to stakeholders, which is not just staff in the city and the planning commissioners and of course you as council members, but it's also our neighbors, it's homeowners associations, it's the Chamber of Commerce, it's really anyone that may be impacted by future development. The other thing to just note about our company is we are the industry's leading solar all-electric home builder. We really pride ourselves on the fact that every townhome we build has solar. That solar is part of the home. It's not an added feature. It's not a rental feature. It's not a design feature. It's just part of the home that you buy when you buy a City Ventures home. And then we also are, as I said, an all-electric home builder, which means that we don't have gas to our homes. We have induction cooktops. Really, for our homeowner, the huge benefit there is a reduced overall mortgage housing cost when you don't have a gas bill on top of the other expenses relative to housing. And what that really means is a lot of the homes that we're building and bringing to market are really geared towards an attainable home buyer. It's a first-time home buyer, it's a young professional, it's a millennial, it might be an empty nester, but it's really people that are looking for attainable housing. And when you look at what the Zillow home price index in the city of Simi Valley is for single-family homes, you're in the mid-800s. And so the opportunity to build single-family attached housing, while it may not be for everyone, there is absolutely a home buyer that needs that type of housing as their entry-level stepping stone to get into home ownership. So this next slide really just is designed to showcase the product that City Ventures has entitled, developed, and built throughout the state of California. There's examples on here that are spread in Ventura County, Orange County, Los Angeles County, San Diego County, and then a couple of projects in our Northern California office. One of these projects was developed and built in the city of Thousand Oaks. I see that Claudia's here. I didn't know that you were in Simi Valley, so good to see you again. And on that note, City Ventures is actually not new to Ventura County. In Ventura County, we've completed 5 new home communities. We actually own 78 acres of land in the city of Moore Park, again, my hometown. 3 weeks ago, the City Council in Moore Park approved a purchase agreement and development agreement on city-owned property that we're going to be doing a public-private partnership with the city on. So, we've been in Ventura County for a long time, me for more than the company. But really the idea here is to showcase what 3-story townhome product looks like. I know that can sound very daunting, and when you really utilize materials and colors and styles and all the other things and have juxtaposition and not just have a sheer facing wall, you can really soften the massing and the density of that. The other project that you see just in the southern kind of center, that was actually done in the city of Goleta. So we've actually worked in the city of Goleta, and we're currently in partnership with UC Santa Barbara on a faculty housing project. So that's that. So the location and the current uses, and again, I know Elizabeth talked a little bit about this, but just wanted to really underscore and highlight that to the north, we have attached condos, which are the adjacent to Verde Park. That project has or I should say that community's land use is high-density residential. So immediately to the north, we have a high-density residential precedent. Looking immediately to the east, we have the Briarwood neighborhood, which also has in fact, very high density residential designation, so not even high density, but a very high. Immediately to the south, we have the Crest Mobile Home Village, which is a mobile home community. And then going to the west, we have the Sage Creek Apartments, which is also a high-density residential. And so when we really looked at this site initially, which was probably early summer of last year through Gary Seaton and with the Phoenix Ranch School, the Phoenix Ranch School had plans to relocate to a different location in the city of Simi Valley. The property was going to become vacant once that school year started, the 2021-2022 school year. And so we began conversations with the Phoenix Ranch School owners over the summer, entered into a purchase contract in the fall. But when we first looked at this, our first idea was looking at the general commercial designation, and as many of you have already identified, it's not a general commercial site. Commercial will not work on this property, given the access. Oak Road, there's actually an easement in Oak Road, so a lot of that land is actually not developable. Shunk Road, there's actually a 40-foot easement on the eastern portion of that parcel that juts out. So there's a big portion of that that's not developable. And then obviously just the width of it does not lend itself to being a commercial development site. And so when we really looked at this, we said, well, what really surrounds us? And that's when we really started to look at the adjacent land uses and saw that high density residential is the designation. And I'll point out too that high density in Simi Valley is only up to 20 units to the acre. Many communities, just speaking from my perspective, many communities, their high density might actually be like 40 to 80. So 20 is I think, a very fair density designation. So in looking at this, the other thing we looked at, aside from just the adjacent land uses, was really the opportunity for the future homeowner. And what is really neat about this site is you have all the amenities that you could possibly want. You have a grocery store at Vaughn's, you have Rite Aid and a pharmacy, you have a coffee shop in the brand new Starbucks that's across the street, you have the fire department, what more could you want but the fire department? You have a dog grooming in the commercial center that's just off of Shunk Road. There's the pet hospital, also nice to have if you're a pet owner. The property just to the south of the pet hospital is planned to be a gym, so that's also a great amenity, built-in amenity. And then going the other direction, you have sushi, you have Chewy's, which was a childhood staple of mine in Moore Park growing up. And then moving into the next shopping center, you have obviously the tea shop, and so there's a built-in amenity system, not to mention the fact that you have the Metrolink train station that's just a mile to the east. I looked on Google Maps, it's a 25-minute walk. Bike ride, I suppose you cut that into a third. So really well located, just from a home buyer's perspective of why would you want to live in this community and in this location. You've seen this, and so just to kind of orient you, and one of the things, and maybe I'll just again underscore, this is conceptual. This is not fully vetted with staff. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done with staff. There's a lot of work that still needs to be done with our community. But really, when we kind of put pen to paper and went through multiple iterations of this, what we really wanted to do is, one, respect obviously the easements and the access that serves the homeowners and the property owners to our immediate south through Oak Road. So that was sort of primary. We need to respect that access. We also looked at Shunk Road, and obviously that portion of Shunk Road is part of the property that we are buying. And so looking at that and respecting that access easement, and how do we enhance that? And so kind of key was orienting one of our townhome buildings so that we have front doors and patios that open up onto Shunk Road, as opposed to turning our back onto it. One of the things that we wanted to be sure to do is to make sure that we have pedestrian connections all throughout the property, so connecting up to Los Angeles Avenue, coming south into a central green amenity space, and then carrying back over to Shunk Road. Again, just making sure that there's ample connection throughout the community for future homeowners to be walking, and others. You know, if someone that lives in the mobile home community is wanting to access Chewy's, they can, instead of going up Shunk, they can easily walk through a brand new community and be on, nice paseos that are landscaped and what have you. As I mentioned, there's a central green area that we've programmed, lots of opportunities that could end up being a barbecue, it could be a community garden, it could be a place for bocce ball. There's a lot of ideas there, and again, early infancy stages, so nothing has been solidified. And then the other thing too that we wanted to be sure of is that access road that connects over to Shunk from Oak. That really creates a very nice buffer between the Crest Mobile Home Park. We're really sensitive to that, not wanting to be building right on top of them, and so making sure that we were orienting our buildings in future homes in a way that was not them sitting right on top of that mobile home community. The other thing, just to highlight kind of product-wise, as I mentioned, single-family attached homes, all electric, solar-powered. Plan types would range between 1,500 square feet approximately and 1,750 square feet approximately. That's a 3 and 4 bedroom option. All of the homes are 2-car direct access garages side by side. So the direct access is you pull into the garage, you park your car, you walk through your garage door directly into your home. And so, you know, again, this is home ownership. This is not apartment living. Let's see. Oh, I wanted to address the affordable. So, you know, there's a term that I think we've probably all heard. One is the missing middle. So this missing middle of you know, first-time home buyers, millennials, young professionals, and then again, that empty nester who might be trying to sell the larger home and doesn't have an option available to them. And so, you know, this affordable by design, I would like to use the lowercase affordable as opposed to the capital affordable. Just by design, this is hitting a different price point than the $835,000 housing stock that is predominantly available in Simi Valley. Aside from that, though, we do intend to designate 10% of our total unit counts, which if this exact project were to go forward, that would be 7 homes as moderately priced income units. And so that's a priority. I know for the council, we've had a lot of dialogue with staff about that. And we've had communities throughout California where we've incorporated affordable housing within our communities. And so those units would be spread and evenly dispersed throughout the project that you see here. You would never know that it's an affordable unit. It's not like we put all 7 of those in one building. They're evenly dispersed. And so that's something that we would propose to be doing within this community. And so with that, I believe that concludes my presentation, but again, happy to address questions and hear your feedback.
All right, questions? Councilmember Luevanos. And Councilmember, the email you had, did it come, in other words, could you save that for public comments?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. I've heard this affordable by design by many a developer before, that it's just going to be affordable no matter what. But what we are seeing in the housing market is we are seeing investors just come in and snatch up property without any regard to who's going to live there, who's not going to live there. Unfortunately, gone are the days, you know, where my husband and I were fortunate enough to be sold our home by people who cared enough about the neighbors to want to have people living there and not just let it sit empty. So I appreciate that, you know, you talking about the moderately priced income units, but you know, we have one of the biggest concerns that residents have here is with traffic. And if we have at least 1 or 2, you know, low-income units, then that means that someone who is working here on an hourly wage, of which the vast majority of our jobs are, you know, with the Amazon facilities, and, you know, those are hourly wage workers. They don't make a lot of money. So the only way that we can reduce traffic is if we produce homes for them to be able to purchase here as well. So I agree with Mr. Pachowski that people should have the opportunity to purchase a home. And this is one of the things that, you know, that I would like to see here, even if it's just 1 or 2 units, that they would be, you know, affordable. I know that we have some funding, and if we could do some sort of, you know, public-private, you know, partnership for at least a couple of these homes so that some of our city workers could have the dream of home ownership here as well. Some of our hourly workers could have that dream as well. That's something that I would like to see. I'm very familiar with this parcel of land because my son went to Phoenix Ranch preschool, so I'm very well aware of that narrow driveway that you drive all the way back. I know exactly where the tricycles and the sandbox and the, court, because my son went to school there. So I'm very familiar with this parcel. I know that it won't work as commercial because it wasn't intended to be that way. It was intended to be a school that was private. The back area was private. It always felt very secure for me, knowing that my son was there. It was by design that it was created that way, and it made us as parents feel safe that our kids were safe back there. I love that you're going to have the greenway. So that means that the public would have access from Shunk Road, and they could cross over to where the Chewy's and the donut shop and the 7-Eleven is. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, that is correct. And I forgot to mention the donut shop. When I saw that, what more do you need?
I mean, the other thing is, I don't know if you're aware that fire department that's right there, that's typically a voting place as well. That's where I voted for many an election there. So I don't know if you're aware of that or not, or if that would be an issue with parking or access to that area. But it is typically a polling place where people vote. I just want to make sure that there's a walkway, that there's, if people want to have walking access, because like you said, there's possibility for biking and walking and, adjacent to that area. Verde Park is literally a hop and a skip away. Like I said, this is down the street from my neighborhood, so I would love to see something like this. But I would love to see everyone to have access to it. Like I said, if there's not only 1 or 2 units that are affordable, but it's 1 or 2 more low-income families from this community, from our community, that would get that opportunity for home ownership.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Just Michelle, thank you for your presentation, and I appreciate your the model of your company and what you try to accomplish. My question is, and as I look at your diagram, or at least the renderings of some of the different places you've built, my only concern, as I've driven that area, is the massing, is the height. I guess is the 3 stories. Is it possible to have the same number of units in a 2-story configuration? Can you make money at that? I guess that's what I'm asking. Is that possible? Or maybe to have some 3 and 2-story? Is it even a possibility? Because it might. And I appreciate that you are being mindful of not encroaching upon the mobile home park and not trying to tower above them. So I think you're being very sensitive. But just is it a possibility?
So the challenge with going with 2-story is it would seem like, you can just chop off that 3rd level and now you have a 2-story. But the problem is you then lose significant square footage, approximately 600 square feet plus or
I realize,
minus.
and my son, with his little married family in Utah, lives in something very similar to what you're designing. They specifically went for the 2-story model, although there was a whole bunch. There was 3 stories. They had that choice, but they went with 2 stories just because of the stairs, et cetera. And so I realize what they sacrificed with their 2 stories. But so you're right. I realize that you do lose, and ultimately, yes, you can't sell it for as much. I reckon because the square footage is less.
It's correct, exactly. And if you can't.
And so my question is, can you make money at that rate?
No, we could not. If we were to try and to maintain the same amount of units that are being shown currently, if we were to convert that all to 2 stories, for one, you would lose the square footage from that 3rd level. If you were to try and retain that square footage within that home, your townhome would have to become wider, right?
Sure.
And probably thicker or
Or
fatter,
or a single
Yeah.
car garage or
Correct.
whatever. Yeah,
Yes,
I recognize
exactly.
that.
So you would be, so you'd be sacrificing your square footage. Therefore, there's a loss of revenue, and the project economics start to not make sense. Especially if we hope to accomplish the affordable goals that we do, which is providing that affordability within the community.
Okay. And my next question is, and I appreciate when we met, you discussed that you envisioned, and you mentioned as well, that 7 of these 65 units would be in the moderate affordable range.
That's right.
And I just want to clarify for those who are listening that we have RENA numbers, and we are asked to provide affordable housing at different levels, and there is that moderate level, correct?
That's right. Yes, and I was actually looking at your RENA numbers. So without getting into a very complex planning exercise, so the Regional Housing Needs Assessment for Simi Valley has your numbers at 2,793 for this next housing cycle, which is likely not news to any of you, so, but maybe for some of the members of the community. One of the reasons why we started looking in Simi Valley, aside from just a lot of the demographic reasons, is because we understand this desperation of the housing crisis that we're all in, the affordability crisis, the lack of housing supply that is available to families. And I think in Ventura County, again, having grown up here, and I remember, as a young kid in the early 90s when SOAR was being proposed, and Ventura County, there is not a lot of development here. And so your home values here are even more high because you haven't seen the density that is prevalent in other areas of Southern California.
And going back to that moderate category, maybe this is a question for staff. Do we have other builders that are specifically addressing moderate income RENA numbers per se in their, we have some that are low, very low, but in my recent memory, I don't recall that piece.
As far as for sale units go, I don't think we have anything else on the table for.
Okay.
So moderate's very typical for sale units.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Luevanos.
You mentioned I can tell you right now, people will be concerned about parking issues. There's a 2-car garage. And so would there be HOA dues? About how much would those be? Would this be a public road, a private road? Would the HOA dues pay for that? So can you talk a little bit about those concerns?
Yeah, so there'd absolutely be a homeowners association. All of our communities, we have a homeowners association. We really pride ourselves on trying to keep that monthly rate as low as possible. I think most of our communities range somewhere between $180 and $250 per month. So the homeowners association, to your question about parking, would monitor and ensure that the garages are being utilized for parking. The CCNRs that we have will clearly state that, so our homeowners know. The HOA is the one that monitors to ensure that those garages are being utilized for parking.
Okay, and when you say that 10% of the homes would be moderately priced, does that mean the other 90% are the sky's the limit, or what does that mean exactly? Because I can see how residents would be kind of scared by hearing that.
Yeah, so they're not sky's the limit. I think, if you use, and it's hard to predict, right? Because by the time, assuming that there's an approval tonight and then we go through the entitlements with staff and ultimately come before you again in a few months' time, when we really get entitled, permitted, developed, built, and then close a home, more than likely we're going to be in 2024 by then. So it's hard today to say this is what the pricing would be. But I can tell you, again, using the typical home price in the city of Simi Valley as a metric at $830,000 for a typical home, within this project right now, we're looking at pricing that would be in the 600,000s. So you're almost $250,000 less than the typical home price in Simi Valley. So that's addressing the attainable. And then the affordable, just for the moderately priced, is targeting area median income of 80 to 120% of Ventura County's area median income.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Public comment.
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 speaker cards. Brandon Allen.
Greetings. I'm Brandon Helen. I'm from Roy Lane, basically a stone's throw away from where they might wish to place these apartments. I have strong objections for these apartments. A few of them are the water concerns involving large-scale residential placements, because, I mean, we've already gone through, like, in the 30 years that I've lived here, two different plans on water, dealing with the water shortages. Aside from that, I'm also familiar with the surrounding areas. As I said, I live a stone throw away from where they plan on building them, and this is going to be the only 3-story complex here, as the Sage Creeks that were mentioned and the condos adjacent to the Verde Park, as far as I've ever known, have only been 2 stories. I'm also really concerned about the traffic, as being so adjacent to the, I think the only fire department on the, well, actually, I'm not sure if the one on Catherine's still used, but I mean, a large scale housing right next door to it is going to be a problem, especially since LA Avenue is already quite congested on even a slow day. And considering how, even if they did bridge the Shunk Road, it's just you're still limited to the amount of people. Well, the Shunk Road is also going to be, entry is also going to be impeding the, if that's a drive-through, is going to be impeding the people from the elderly, I think it's an elderly mobile home park, a small gated community that I visited once or twice. So that's going to be impeding their ability to get in and out of their homes significantly as well. These are a lot of my greatest concerns, but I think they are significant enough to merit consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Pachowski?
Good evening once again, Mayor Mashburn, members of the City Council. Here we go again. Build it high and watch it fly. All you have to do is drive down Madera Road from the City of Thousand Oaks line to the 118 freeway. When you get to about LA Ave, take a look to the right. Look at the monstrosity that's built there. We've got to stop building these 3-story buildings. It doesn't fit with our city. You know, I like the fact that the one redeeming part of this potential project is the fact that it's home ownership. But that doesn't solve the problem that it's just too darn high. Here's an idea. Let's bring Mr. Taylor back and suggest that he build some more Habitat for Humanity homes on that stretch of land. I bet you he can get them down under 2 stories. I bet you he can get us some more affordable housing for our residents. I bet you they'll look a whole lot better and fit better in with the neighborhood, because we're building too high. We have to stop building high. It doesn't fit with our city. That's how we stop turning our city into the San Fernando Valley. And so I wanted to like this project, but it's just not possible. And by the way, as far as being all electric goes, I managed the appliance department at Best Buy in Thousand Oaks for 4 years. Okay? Electric appliances are a whole lot more expensive to run than gas appliances. So when it comes to whether it's all electric or whether or not you've got natural gas in there, natural gas is your cheapest utility. The same amount of energy that's needed to run electric appliances is going to be a whole lot more expensive. And so I just got to say, you need to stop this project. Let's find somebody else who can do it in a medium density and not take a land that's been zoned medium density and commercial and jump it to densities to build this project. Thank you.
Dane Chadwick?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I just want to say I'm in favor of this project for the fact I was here, I believe, last March speaking on behalf of the housing element update, and I was in full favor of that because of the fact that Simi Valley is in a housing crisis. We don't have enough housing or even affordable housing to go around. I've been here for 34 plus years. I've sold real estate here for 33 years, and it doesn't seem to get any better when my own daughter has to move out of state just to afford a home for her husband and children. It's very sad. I do think that increasing our housing would help with the affordability and with the fact that there's just not enough housing to go around. I believe in this project for the fact that this area of Simi needs to a fresh start in this area. There's a couple of commercial centers that have been struggling, along with the Yvonne Center, and having a community with vibrant, fresh blood and would, I think, benefit everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last speaker.
Councilmember Levinos, didn't you have a
I
email?
just want to say one more thing, just for the record, that any emails or text messages generally received by any council member during a meeting could technically be an ex parte communication. It would have to be communicated to the public as to who the email was from. You can't just read part of it. You have to read the entire email. And it may also be subject to other state laws, such as the PRA. Just want to make sure that's clear on the record.
Okay.
Well, the emails, I think, is going to be longer than the 3-minute limit, so I don't want to read it because it's going to go over that limit. But the concerns are some that have already been addressed in terms of affordability and whether or not it's a fit for the community. I do want to bring up that we do have 3-story buildings. We do have 3-story townhomes. There's a ton of them that were built on the corner of Royal and Madera. So we do have 3-story townhomes. We do have 3-story units in the city. They exist. They're not unicorns. You can find them if you drive around the city. So again, this is set back. This is pretty far back. You're really not going to notice 3 stories from where it is. I know this parcel really well. I know this neighborhood really well. You're really not going to notice 3 stories from there. And this is housing that we need. And it would, what is there is not, it's old, it's not new. Building something new adds value to adjacent homes. It really does. When you see something new, then you ask for other people, hey, I'd rather live there where it's new. And it makes other landowners improve their properties because they want to be able to compete with the new homes. And I do know that those businesses adjacent have been struggling. I know that the stores have been struggling. All the businesses, the restaurants would benefit. Again, this is the area of Simi Valley that I live in, so I know it would benefit all of our local businesses, and we're definitely here to support them. Again, it's adjacent. I think a lot of people are just going to walk. They're going to walk to Vons. They're going to walk to 7-Eleven. They're going to walk to Chewy's and the donut shop, and it'll revitalize this area of Simi Valley. So I'm definitely in support of this project. I think it's exactly what we need. May I make a motion, Mayor?
1 minute.
If there's no other comments.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment myself. Um, there's a lot of pros and cons there. And you just brought up one of the, I guess you'd say pro, is it's set back quite a bit off LA Avenue. And the problem as I see it, and I've been vocal about it down at Madera in LA, is the places where the grade was raised so high and then 3 stories on them made it look towering, and it's right against the street. And for those who want to protect the hillside performance standard, I understand that too, because if we build everything too tall, you can't see the hills that you're protecting by not letting people build on the hills themselves. This particular parcel, I don't think would have an effect on the hillsides when you drive down LA Avenue or other places. And I look at that parcel and I'm kind of thinking, gee whiz, we're fortunate that we have a builder that is willing to work on this and provide us the housing we want. I'm not a big fan of tall buildings, however, and just because we've done some others doesn't make it right. But with the architects have a way of softening that 3 stories where you're not looking at a sheer wall, and we just approved one on Tapo and Cochrane, and that was a 4-story, I believe. So there's ways to work with it, and I have enough interest in this project that I want to see it go forward and see what planning can do to work with them, see what the builder can do. And I think it's going to take a not so easy to use lot and make it a viable place for people to buy their homes. Also, the gentleman that brought up the water, we'll be discussing that quite a bit more in the very near future, because I too have a hard time understanding how we're shutting off our water and going to 1 day a week, and the list goes on and on and on, and yet we're building houses and homes like crazy. So there seems to be a collision going to happen there. So that's it. Thank you. Anybody else have a comment?
May I make a motion, Mayor?
Sure.
I move to authorize GPPS-2022-0001 for further processing as a formal general plan amendment, a request to change the general plan designation of a 3.61 acre site located at 1845 Oak Road from general commercial and medium-density residential to high-density residential, with direction to include the concurrent filing of the applicable applications. Wow, that's a mouthful.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote.
Mayor Pro Tem. The motion passes unanimously. Do you want to go? Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 6A, City Council comments regarding the public statements.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll just let the council talk. 'Cause they like to do that. Okay,
Actually-
Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
I'll make it fast. I'm laughing because this is the discussion I had with our city manager, Mr. Gabler, that it should be 4A and that we should just quickly make a comment after the comments were made. So I want you to know I'm responding to Mr. Bamforth's statement when he talked about the importance of prayer, and I want to tell him, if he happens to be listening at home, that we are one nation under God, and thank you for bringing those comments to the dais 2 hours ago. So, thank you, that's it.
Wow.
Wait, I just want to be clear, there were no other public statements under 6?
So we're done?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, unless there was other comments.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 7, the consent calendar, and there are no resolutions for your consideration this evening.
Okay. You're making a motion, you said?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second?
Motion and second, call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
That's amazing. Now I'm really lost.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9A, discussion and direction regarding military equipment use policy for City of Simi Valley Police Department, and direct staff to return with an ordinance. And Commander Liu and Chief Livingston are here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Tonight, Commander Liu is going to give a presentation on AB 431 or 481, I'm sorry. This is in regards to military equipment. One thing I want to say before he gets started on his presentation, because he'll be able to cover everything in detail, hopefully addressing some of the questions, but nothing here that we're going to cover tonight is something that hasn't been in our inventory for quite a long time. And they are items that are designated for civilian law enforcement use. And so we are complying with the law by going through the process so that, if there are any questions or anything like that, we can address those. And also for the public, so the public can understand what it is that we have and how we use that equipment. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Commander Liu.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight, we're going to go over AB Assembly Bill 481. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about Assembly 481, the requirements, how AB 481 defines military equipment, why the equipment is needed, and the Simi Valley Police Department's equipment inventory. So on September 30th, 2021, Governor Newsom signed Assembly Bill 481 as part of a package of peace officer reform bills. AB 481 addresses the funding, acquisition, use of items lawmakers deemed military equipment. AB 481 went into effect on January 1st, 2022, and requires a law enforcement agency to obtain approval of its government body to enact a military equipment use policy before purchasing, using, raising funds for, or acquiring military equipment. AB 481 requires the policy be submitted to the City Council and posted on the city website 30 days prior to a public hearing where the policy will be considered and proposed for adoption by ordinance. Furthermore, AB 481 requires similar approval for the continued use of military equipment acquired by the Simi Valley Police Department prior to January 1st of 2022, and allows the government body to approve the funding, acquisition, and use of the military equipment within its jurisdiction, only if it determines that the military equipment meets the specified standards. AB 481 requires each law enforcement agency's governing body to commence with an adoption of a written military equipment use policy by ordinance in a public meeting by May 1st of 2022, in order to continue the use of the previously acquired military equipment. The reason AB 481 was enacted was to increase transparency, ensure accountability for the equipment, and acquisition of the use of the equipment. The equipment provides safeguards to protect the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and liberties. This bill requires an annual report to summarize the equipment usage and updates, document internal audits, and summarize community feedback. AB 41 requires law enforcement agencies to begin the approval process for the city, from the City Council by May 1st of 2022 for adoption of a military use policy by ordinance prior to funding, acquiring, and using each equipment. The policy shall include an inventory list of the military equipment. The Simi Valley Police Department Policy 707 is posted on the department's website and has a full and detailed list of all the equipment owned by the Simi Valley Police Department as defined by AB 481. Future acquisitions will need City Council approval. Any equipment purchased before January 1st of 2022 requires approval for the continued use. And this is the main reason we are here, for equipment we currently utilize and have had for many, many years and saved numerous lives. The reporting requirements is an annual report to City Council on any military equipment used, audits, summary of community feedback, and the equipment for the equipment. Each year, the City Council will receive the report for renewal approval and or modification. The reason we have this equipment, designated by AB 41, is to have a safe, peaceful resolution for the involved parties, the public, and officers, to positively influence outcomes by making it safer for the involved parties, the surrounding community, and police officers. We use these tools to decrease risk of civilian deaths and increase the ability to protect civil rights and civil liberties of persons that are subject to arrest but non-compliant, to improve physical and psychological well-being by decreasing the likelihood of force applications and improving chances of a safe and peaceful resolution. And finally, we expect the equipment to positively influence outcome by providing safer options for the apprehension of high-risk or violent offenders. This equipment also assists with de-escalating an incident. De-escalation is a process or collection of tactics used to prevent, reduce, and manage behaviors associated with conflict, to handle a potential threats of violence or other potentially volatile situations. In order to mitigate someone's actions, capabilities, and intentions, officers need time, distance, and cover in order to make sound decisions, discuss contingencies, and have a better chance of success. The urgency of any incident revolves around the risk factors for all those involved. Containing actions, mitigating capabilities, and influence intentions help us towards our goal of a safe, peaceful resolution for the public and the involved parties and officers. As law enforcement professionals, we need real and practical, real, reasonable options to influence or resolve an event when necessary. Our officers generally do so without having to use this equipment. But when the need arises for this specialty equipment, we need to have it. The legislation defines military equipment in 15 categories. I want to demystify the term military equipment. AB 481's definition of military equipment extends beyond equipment that has a clear default to the military, and not just equipment designated by the Federal Defense Logistics Agency. By definition, the equipment we have is designated by AB 481 as military equipment. However, the majority of the list of equipment owned by the Simi Valley Police Department is made specifically for law enforcement and not the military. And some of these equipment is available for commercial purchase by the public. The Simi Valley Police Department has had this equipment for many, many years and which has saved many lives. AB 41 outlines 15 defined categories for military equipment, and out of the 15 categories, we only have equipment in 7 of those categories. I will go through the equipment, and the Simi Valley Police Department has it on its inventory. So category 1, unmanned, remotely piloted, powered aerial or ground vehicles. The department currently owns an iRobot 110, pictured here on the right. The robot is about the size of a remote-controlled hobby vehicle. The robot provides officers the ability to visually inspect hazardous environments. The robot can be utilized during high-risk situations such as a barricaded subject or hostage rescue. The robot may also be used to inspect hazardous material and possible explosive devices. The robot is not armed and only has a camera to provide situational awareness from a safe distance. The robot is generally deployed with the SWAT team during critical incidents and not used for routine calls for service. Prior to the iRobot 110, the SWAT team had used their ingenuity, and one of the officers modified a remote control vehicle and attached a tray on top that could deliver items during a hostage situation. Pictured there in the center, and on the left, an officer using the remote control vehicle during training. Under AB 41's definition, this RC car would have also been categorized as military equipment. Category 3, high mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, Humvee, 2.5-ton trucks, 5-ton trucks, or wheeled vehicles that have a breaching or entry apparatus attached. The department has a Lenco Bearcat, pictured here in the center. This was purchased through forfeited assets. This is an armored rescue vehicle, or ARV, specifically made for law enforcement. This vehicle is built on a commercial vehicle truck chassis, in specific a Ford F-550, and has no weapons affixed to it. It does have the capability of attaching a breaching arm in order to safely defeat a fortified location. The ARV is used in response to critical incidents to enhance officer and community safety, improve scene containment and stabilization, and assist in resolving critical situations. I would equate this vehicle to a bank's armored truck. And before this Lenco ARV, we had a donated armored bank truck pictured there on the left. That was old, it was slow, and was cumbersome. After the bank truck, we obtained a V-150 through the Federal Defense Logistics Agency there on your right. Both these vehicles have since been decommissioned and no longer used by the Simi Valley Police Department. Like the RC car we previously used, we utilized what was available at the time to make it safer for all involved. But as technology developed, police departments across the country were better equipped. The Simi Valley Police Department has used these ARVs in many critical incidents and have saved many lives. In 1995, we used the armored truck to breach a concrete wall to rescue Officer Michael Clark, who was shot and killed while responding to a welfare check, the first and only officer killed in the line of duty in Simi Valley. In 1997, the Simi Valley Police Department responded to a shooting on Hope Street, where 4 victims were shot and killed. The bank truck was used to rescue the victims, but the victims succumbed to their injuries and died. In 2009, the Simi Valley Police Department responded to an active shooter at a dental office where a gunman killed 1 person and injured 4 officers. Again, the ARV was used to shield and evacuate an adjacent building that had people trapped in it. In 2018, the Simi Valley Police Department SWAT team responded to a family dispute where a teenage juvenile threatened his mother with a knife and later armed himself with a weapon and pointed it at officers. At one point, the juvenile discharged the firearm inside the residence. School resource officer Gene Collado, who was on the crisis negotiation team, had a rapport with the juvenile and approached the residents using the ARV as a shield, and was able to talk the juvenile into putting the weapon down and surrendering to officers. By utilizing this ARV as cover, it afforded officers on scene with time, which allowed the officers to de-escalate the situation and save the boy's life. The ARV is only used during critical incidents and many times to evacuate residents and civilians out of the line of fire. These are only a few of the examples out of many where the ARV was successfully utilized, and there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective as the Lenco Bearcat. Category 5, command and control vehicles that are either built or modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of public safety units. The department has 2 vehicles that fall into this category. The Mobile Command Center, or the MCC, is a Faber Class A commercial recreational vehicle that is outfitted with emergency lights, radios, audiovisual equipment, and whiteboards. The MCC is utilized as a command center during a critical and non-critical incidents, special events, disaster scenes. The MCC provides mobility, sheltering, logistical support, restroom facilities, and electrical power. The MCC can be also used as a backup dispatch center in case of catastrophic failure that disables the communication center at the station. The other vehicles that fall into this category are the patrol supervisor vehicles, We have 3 patrol supervisor vehicles, which are Ford Explorers. These are the exact same black and white patrol vehicles you see out on our streets every day. However, these vehicles fall into the category because the rear cargo area is modified to facilitate the operational control and direction of the public safety units. These vehicles are outfitted with a command center board and used as command center in an interim before the MCC can arrive on scene and take over. So category 7, battering rams, slugs, breaching apparatus that are explosive in nature. The department has a frangible breaching shotgun. This is a modified 870 12-gauge shotgun designed to fire a copper or clay compressed frangible projectile through a locking mechanism or a hinge of a door in order to defeat the hardware. The projectile disintegrates after impact, mitigating the risk for potential injury. The SWAT team utilizes this tool to safely gain entry into a structure or fortified location during critical incidents such as hostage rescue, high-risk warrants, active shooter incidents, or during exigent circumstances where entry is quickly needed and would not be feasible to wait for other delayed access to the structure. During the Virginia Tech shooting, where 32 people were killed and 17 wounded, the suspect used chains on doors to lock the victims in and keep law enforcement out. There have been similar incidents throughout the country. This frangible breaching shotgun is a tool that could defeat the doors quickly. Therefore, there is no other reasonable alternative to this type of equipment when needed. Category 10, specialized firearms and ammunition of less than 50 caliber, including assault weapons as defined in sections 305.10 and 305.15 of the Penal Code. With the exception of standard issue service weapons and ammunition of less than 50 caliber that are issued to officers. The department has 2 types of firearms that fall under this category and has had these types of firearms for over 4 decades. The Urban Patrol Rifle, or UPR, and the 308 Sniper Rifle. Both these firearms can be purchased by the public and available for commercial purchase. The California Penal Code defines the UPRs we possess as assault rifles because of magazine capacity, the removable magazine capability, the adjustable stock, and barrel length. We have these firearms for many reasons. We've had these firearms for many years. The UPR is a semi-automatic 5.56 carbine rifle that are used specifically by trained officers to operate this firearm. The sniper rifle is a 308 caliber rifle and used primarily by the SWAT team. The SWAT team has both the bolt-action sniper rifle and a semi-automatic sniper rifle. The UPR and the sniper rifle enable officers to address threats at medium to long range precision, or threats that are heavily armed or armored. These precision rifles minimize the risk to officers and innocent members of the public. One of the most infamous incidents was the North Hollywood bank robbery, where 2 suspects armed with assault rifles and wore ballistic armor had a shootout with the Los Angeles Police Department. The officers' department-issued handguns could not penetrate the armor and were no match for the suspects' assault rifles. Unfortunately, there have been more and more of these incidents throughout the U.S., such as Columbine school shooting in Littleton, Colorado, the Route 91 shooting in Las Vegas, Nevada. Closer to home, our officers responded to the borderline active shooter call and deployed these rifles and were able to rescue victims hiding in an attic. In 2013, an armed suspect shot and killed his mother, set the residence on fire. As officers arrived to investigate and possibly rescue anyone still inside the residence, the suspect had hid in a nearby hillside and shot at responding officers. The suspect later fled on a tractor and shot at residents in the neighborhood. An officer armed with a rifle listed on this equipment was able to make a precision shot and stop the suspect's shooting spree. These rifles have saved lives and is necessary, and there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective for community safety. Category 12, flashbang, explosive breaching tools, tear gas, and pepper balls, excluding standard service issued handheld pepper spray. The light sound diversionary device, or the flashbang, is a diversionary device used primarily by our SWAT team during high-risk search warrants, arrests of armed and violent suspects, and during hostage rescues. and intense bright light and loud noise are created to disorient and divert the suspect's attention and give officers, again, time to gain safer access, time to assess and analyze the assisting threat. Utilizing a light sound diversion device is a way to prevent injury to officers, the public, and involved parties, and can often lead to a safer resolution and allow officers to take a suspect in custody without force. There is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective when needed. The Simi Valley Police Department does not have any explosive breaching tools. Tear gas is a less lethal method to address violent riots or safely extract a suspect from a fortified barricaded location, or safely detain a suspect who possesses a risk of violence to the community or officers. Tear gas allows officers to deploy less lethal chemical agent into structure where other weapons would not be capable to, and all other means to have that person exit is exhausted. Tear gas affords officers with the added option to avoid lethal force. When tear gas is necessary for use, there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective. Tear gas is only used by our SWAT team, and those officers are the only specially trained personnel to utilize these devices. The SWAT team has used tear gas during SWAT incidents and have safely extracted violent, possibly armed suspects from fixed locations. Tear gas can be used for riots after a dispersal order is given, notifying the crowd of an unlawful assembly. In my 25 years with the Simi Valley Police Department and the Chief's 30 years here, we have not used tear gas for any crowd control. The Simi Valley Police Department has several types of tear gas, from devices that are deployed by hand and devices that are deployed by either a 40-millimeter launching cup that is attached to a shotgun, or a launcher specifically for that chemical munition. On to pepper ball launchers. Pepper ball launchers use high-pressure air to deliver a ball filled with pepper powder. This is similar and is actually a paintball platform in every way, except it uses a pepper ball instead of a paintball. The pepper ball is a less lethal option that delivers a pepper powder that is very unpleasant. The pepper ball system allows officers to safely address a violent or armed suspect at a safe distance without utilizing a higher level of force. Again, creating distance provides time that mitigates the suspect's actions and provides for strategies for de-escalation. Category 14, the following projectile launch platforms and other associated munitions: 40-millimeter projectile launchers, beanbag, rubber bullet, specialty impact munitions. The Simi Valley Police Department does not have a beanbag, rubber bullets, or any special impact munitions. The department does have two types of projectile launchers: a 40-millimeter and a 37-millimeter launcher with its associated impact munitions. The projectile launchers are not firearms and are less lethal launching systems that uses smokeless powder to deliver a 40-millimeter or a 37-millimeter kinetic energy projectile from a safe distance. This allows officers to address a threat from a greater distance and providing an alternative for deadly force when reasonable. The less lethal projectile is made of foam or rubber material. This equipment is intended to subdue a violent, uncooperative suspect. The Simi Valley Police Department has used this equipment numerous times to safely apprehend a violent suspect, and also been used several times to subdue an armed suspect with a knife. Without this equipment, the only option for the officers would have been lethal force. Therefore, there is no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective when needed. So how does this affect Simi Valley? With the City Council approval, the Simi Valley Police Department will continue to have access to the resources currently available. The current corresponding policies and procedures would remain in effect. The department will be required to implement a tracking system for equipment use for the annual report, increasing the current workload. Without the City Council approval, the Simi Valley Police Department will cease the use of the equipment designated by AB 481. The Simi Valley Police Department will be required to redesign our policies, procedures, and operations for critical incident response to include our ability to provide and receive mutual aid. The most important effect is that without this City Council approval, public safety will negatively be impacted. In summary, the Simi Valley Police Department is seeking the City Council adoption of the military equipment use policy by ordinance and getting that process started before May 1st of 2022. When presented to the City Council, the Council may approve, they may deny, they may request a modification to the policy. The policy will have a full inventory of AB 481 eligible equipment attached to it. The Department Policy 707 is currently available online on the Simi Valley Police Department website. The Simi Valley Police Department will provide an annual report to the City Council each year, which will include how the equipment was used, maintenance and costs, internal audits, and community feedback. In conclusion, we have used this equipment I mentioned above for years, some for over 4 decades, and the utilization of this equipment has saved numerous lives in our community. I want to thank you and for your attention, and would like to turn this back over to the Chief.
Thank you. And so at this point, we can answer any questions or comments. One of the things that, again, I would reiterate is that none of this equipment that we have here is equipment that you would take into war. It is equipment that has been standard as long as I've been here. There's been certain improvements and different things. Obviously, you saw with the armored vehicles, we started out with the Brinks truck. We went to the V-150 and then modernized with the Bearcat. So, we have constantly looked at the equipment that we're using and, again, wanted to open up to any questions on specific things, and we're happy to address those.
Councilmember Lou Evanos.
Thank you, Mayor. What I'd really like to know, and I was hoping would be included in the report, is how many of each of these do you have? Like how many of the pepper balls and how many of the, vehicles, how many of the guns, the long rifles and the patrol rifles, and because that was heavy on my mind.
Yeah, I believe we have that information for you here. We can.
Chief, I'm sorry, is there any public safety concern as it relates to answering that question in your mind?
No.
I guess I was.
So did you want to go through all the equipment, or is there a specific?
I think, the public would want to know, like, how many.
So we,
how
we
many-
have the robot that we talked about. We have one of those. We have one Bearcat. We have one MCC. We have 3 supervisor vehicles. The frangible shotgun, we have one of those. For the UPRs, we have 120 of those rifles. The sniper rifle, we have 2 of the bolt action, 2 of the semi-auto action, and then the light diversionary devices. These are consumable items, so they're used in training and all that stuff. So we have 57 of those. The tear gas, we have numerous tear gas canisters. The pepper balls, we have 4 of the pepper ball launchers. Projectiles, we have 375 of those pepper balls. Gas shotgun launching cup, we have one of those. The 37 millimeter less lethal launcher, we have 11 of those. For the munitions, the 37 millimeter munitions, we have about 100 munitions. Again, a lot of those times they're being used for training. So a lot of those are being used up for training. For the 40 millimeter less lethal launcher, we have 2 of those.
And I do want to note in the staff report beginning on page 13 has the inventory with the quantity numbers.
The one thing about the gas too, we should mention is it expires. So in my 34-year career, most of the time we have to buy it because it hits an expiration date. It doesn't get used, and so that gets returned to the manufacturer, and then we get new ones because they have a certain shelf life.
So can I ask a few more questions? Okay, so I'm looking at the page 10 of, I don't know, on the top it says page 10 of the draft of the policy manual. And it says, under military equipment coordinator, it says preparing for scheduling and coordinating the annual community engagement meeting to include publicizing the details of the meeting. So how would you publicize that? Like, could you put it on Nixle? Because everyone pays attention when you put it on Nixle. Like, how would you let people know that this information out? Because there's not a lot of people here tonight, although I thank everyone who's here tonight, but not everyone is here.
The policy is online, so that's posted online, and I believe the policy has with it the inventory that we have. So they can, get that online as well as with all of our other policies. But, I don't know of any other way other than just through, public hearings.
Correct. So this public forum, and also it is, like the chief says, online where it has the list of the equipment and the policy.
Okay, so how would they look it up? What would they research? What would they Google?
Well, anything, you mean in terms of Google the policy?
Yeah, so they could find it.
All you have to do is go on to the
City
Simi Valley Police
website.
Department website, and we have a link to it that will go to the policy and the full list of equipment that we have.
Okay, and you stated often that this was all used to save lives, but some of the incidents that you mentioned was not stuff that happened here, like Virginia Tech did not happen here. Columbine shooting was over 20 years ago. North Hollywood was not here. So, some of those things, and I understand, about de-escalation. I was a criminal justice major, I was a probation officer, I teach at a continuation high school. And I've dealt with drive-bys and active shooters and a lot of those things, but, I don't have any weapons. I de-escalate with my voice a lot of times. That's not to say that I'm not grateful when, LAPD showed up, when we had an active shooter on campus and we knew what to do as a teacher with students with a lockdown generation, because that's what we're dealing with right now. But I also, want to make sure that there's an opportunity for that annual engagement meeting, because the purpose of this law was to keep the public safe. And you guys mentioned keeping the officers safe a lot. And the purpose of the law is also to keep the public safe. And that's not just, physically, but emotionally as well. And so that is my concern with making sure that there is access to this annual community engagement meeting, and that it's publicized, whether it's through social media or through Nixle, or however it is that you can publicize it so that everyone knows, to make sure that there's a translator there. We do have a large Spanish-speaking community. And to let people know, like, when has this been used, how often is it used, who has access to it. You mentioned many times that only the SWAT team has it, or they only use it for training. And so I question, if it's only ever used for training and we haven't needed to use it, why do we have it?
Well, we have it in the situation for that worst case scenario, right? And like as Commander Lou was talking about, we have had active shooters here, and it's always one of those things where I kind of believe, like, you want to be prepared and you hope for the best, you plan for the worst. And in the terms of de-escalation, I agree with you. I mean, that's what we teach our officers. You start with verbal commands and you talk to people, but you don't want to have to resort to deadly force right away. So we have things like pepper spray and things like that we can use that will cause some discomfort, but will not cause any permanent injuries. The thing with tear gas and pepper spray, it sounds bad, and of course, anybody who's ever been exposed to it can tell you that. But all of our officers, as part of their training, have to be exposed to it, have to be sprayed with it to understand what the effects of it are. And so, again, these are tools that we have. And I know Commander Lou had mentioned it, but in my 34 years on the force, I think we've had to use tear gas probably less than 10 times in incidents. One of those was a situation with Michael Clark. But it's very few and far between. The thing is that you just want to have more options. I think that when we respond to something, having those options available, being able to shoot somebody with a rubber foam bullet that has a knife and save their life, I think is something that we want to have that ability to do. So we always go at things like you're saying. We start with that lowest level. We communicate with people. But there are times when we, like as you've said, there are times when we just don't have time. The call comes in on 911 and there's already shots being heard in the background, and we have to be able to respond there and save lives under those circumstances. So But I agree with you, in terms of just the transparency part of it and trying at the lowest level.
And I guess I want to go back to the comment that I made before, and I'll ask this, and I have more questions, Mayor, but I want to give other people the opportunity. Because throughout this presentation, especially when you talked about Category 3, the Bearcat, we just had a conversation a couple weeks ago about, not using that to deliver toys to kids because it is, if it's intended for critical situations, then it should only be used for critical situations. It should not be taken lightly. It should not be used to deliver toys to children.
And we can agree to disagree on that. And like we talked about before, I understand where you're coming from. I honestly do. But I think that part of what we try to do is we try to kind of lessen that impact for people. So, when kids feel that they can approach police, I think that's a critical part of, since I've learned about police work many years, that we try to do. And so the reason we do that is it humanizes the police officers. That if the Bearcat's driving down the street and just parking, I can understand that. But when they put toys in it and we use that to go out to needy families and deliver toys, people love it. I mean, it's like I explained to you before. It's like the fire department when they show up with a fire truck. Kids, they just naturally want to climb into it and things like that. And so we've used it at Special Olympics events and things like that, where kids come and climb on it and they get to talk to one of the officers. And, the officers hand out the badge stickers. It really is a moment of humanizing police officers versus even just being in a regular police cruiser. You see a police officer driving with their sunglasses on, driving by. That's more intimidating than having a Bearcat show up and you get to talk to the officer. So, I see where you're coming from, but I think that there's a fine balance there that you have to try to work. And I think I used the example of the Touch-a-Truck event where, all the trucks, and the Bearcat comes to every one of those. And it's just very popular and the kids love it. And I think what better way to show children that police officers are humans too than to let them interact in those kind of environments.
I would just hope that you would recognize, especially as someone with 3 degrees in history, how tanks and armored vehicles have been used in the past to terrorize people of color, black people, brown people. And for some people, it's triggering. The Touch-a-Truck event, if you don't want to come, you don't come. If it's triggering, you just don't go to that. You don't go to that event.
Well, I wrote a dissertation on the demilitarization of the Nazi police. So, you're preaching to the choir in terms of those type of things. But the reality of it is that having that understanding and that knowledge also gives me a lot of insight and perspective on how to do it the correct way. So I think it helps me in that regard. So, yeah.
Is there any reason, you said we've had this for a long, long time. So how long have we had this equipment?
As long as I've been here, we've had tear gas, we've had, the 37 millimeter launchers. The Bearcat, I think, came in about 2012 from forfeited assets. But prior to that, I drove the armored car, the Brinks truck, and like Commander Lou says, I think it had 3 gears, so it wasn't really set up for that. So yeah, we've had this is stuff we've had in our inventory. It's not like, and that's why it's interesting. It says military equipment. I mean, Commander Lou here was in the military. He was in the 82nd Airborne. So we're looking at these things going, none of these things are combat, things that you would take into combat. They're designed specifically for civilian law enforcement. So we've had it, for as long as I've been here. So this is, quite a while.
So I guess I'm asking you to look at, you keep talking about police officers being humanized and law enforcement being humanized. And so I guess I'm asking for, reciprocity in terms of, residents being humanized. And when they see this, when they see a tank, when they see this equipment,
it's not a tank. It's not a tank.
But that's what it looks like. That's what they see.
I'm trying to, I get where you're going, but like when we say tank, a tank is a tracked vehicle. It's designed for combat. It's on a Ford chassis, a civilian vehicle. And in fact, the last time we used it, we were able to drive up to a child with a gun and talk to him close through a window and protect everybody. So, I think I would like the reciprocity as well. I mean, it's not a tank.
So there were no shields. There's no other equipment that could be used that could deflect a bullet if that's what the fear was?
Of course, it could deflect a bullet, and that's what it's for. It's an armor. It's designed to stop bullets. I mean, that's the whole purpose of it.
There's nothing smaller.
I think it's been asked and answered multiple times.
No, there is that's the standard for law enforcement, you know.
So there's no other equipment that could be used besides an
No.
armored vehicle?
No, we just kind of showed you on the slide up there, the way we've kind of gone through, the Brinks truck was donated to us. So yeah, no, that's the state-of-the-art vehicle out there right now. It's not an offensive vehicle. It's not used, you know, to go to war. I mean, you would not use that in a combat zone.
And you mentioned it was surplus. Who was it surplus from?
The Bearcat?
Yeah.
That's not surplus.
It is
no.
not.
Okay, what was surplus?
The surplus was the V-150, which we do not have anymore. It's been scrapped. So
And the armored vehicle came from Brinks.
that came from Brinks. That was donated. I think we paid $1 for it. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm just asking for, you to, the average civilian does not know the difference between an armored vehicle, between weapons of mass destruction and weapons that are used in mass shootings. I mean, they see a gun, they're like, that's what I saw on the news, that's what I saw on TV. So from the civilian perspective, from someone that is not familiar with all these weapons, that's what they see. They see it looks like military equipment. The armored vehicle looks like military equipment because they don't know, because the average civilian has not been to war and they do not know what it looks like.
And I think that's part of why, why we're doing this, is really trying to educate people. That's why in the PowerPoint we included pictures, because I felt like, it was just pictures, they speak louder than just us talking about, acronyms, when you can actually see it. So yeah, definitely that's what this is part of, is to really make the public see and have that transparency part of this, so that they understand, that there is a purpose for each one of these things.
Okay, let's move on.
I have more
Councilmember
questions, Mayor.
Kavanaugh. Let
Later,
somebody else-
later.
We're going to let somebody else go.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you both, Commander Liu and Chief Livingstone. It was a great presentation. I do know, along with you, these types of items have been in law enforcement for years. As a family of a law enforcement officer, I know they come in handy on that one time you need it. My father was an LAPD officer for 25 years and never shot his gun. So that's the average for a police officer. That's the norm. It's the other instances that are abnormal. And using the Bearcat to do the toy drive, that's the same as Ventura County Sheriff's doing Sheriff Santa, which I did for probably 10 years, where we take a law enforcement vehicle and a sheriff dressed as Santa, along with a fully uniformed sheriff, to all the homes of the little children that are very, very low income, to teach them and to show them that a good interaction with law enforcement is also possible. So I disagree with Councilmember Luevanos in that she doesn't think that's a good idea. I do. I've seen it work that way. I think it's a great idea. And I just want to thank you for everything you do. We need to supply our police department with the correct weapons that they need, the correct items they need, the correct vehicles they need to keep them safe, so that they can keep our community safe. And I think that's what the majority of our community members would say. So thank you very much.
Before I go to Mayor Pro Tem Litzner, I think it'd be a quick question.
Okay.
I sure hope so. Are you required by any authority to provide the inventory? That seems very odd to me, but I might be missing something.
Yes, the legislation requires us to put the list out there. So for transparency reasons, sir.
Okay, thank you. You answered that question. I would like to say that I was at a car show this weekend, and the Bearcat was there. Probably the most popular non-shiny vehicle in the whole place. There was always a crowd around it all day, and officers and explorers, which I thought was really great, because they can relate to the kids too. So thank you for that. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem Litzner.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand the reason we're having this conversation tonight is really in response to AB 481 and the new law, regulation, et cetera. So just a couple questions with regards to, so thank you, wonderful presentation, and just I find all your rationale for keeping the equipment very valid and well substantiated, so thank you so much.
I understand that there's supposed to be someone in the force that is designated as the military equipment coordinator. Commander Lou, is that you? Is that your?
Yes, that is me. That's
That
why
is-
I'm up here.
Okay, that's what I wondered. So you are officially, so if I understand that correctly, that means we will see you every year, and you will kind of give us an update on what, if anything's been used. Or
Correct.
if anything's been, anything additional has been purchased or acquired.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you so much. And I just want to share with you, I was at a bridal shower this weekend. This item was on they said, what are you doing? I said, I'm going to city council. What's on the agenda? I mentioned this item. And the woman across from me said, well, I want them to know that I want the police to have everything they need to keep us safe. And I really appreciate it. So that was unsolicited from the bridal shower. Just, so, anyway, thank you.
You have to call Commander Lou to get the Bearcat.
Just so, for just clarification, so after this meeting tonight, if the council does approve it, we have to come back with a public hearing, generally have this discussion one more time, to introduce the ordinance, and then it'll come back again for second reading. The ordinance will come back for second reading. So there's still several more steps to go through in order to complete this process.
And Brian, or the city manager, if I can add to that, that on page 3, we do have the law as to what this legislative body shall do. Shall only approve the military use policy pursuant to chapter if it determines all of the following, and they're listed there, A, B, and C, and D. So I would recommend the discussion, any further discussion, relate to those items, that discussion topic.
Okay, who wants?
Mayor, I have another question.
Okay.
On page 10 of the draft of the report, it says that you will establish a procedure for a person to register a complaint or concern, or how that person may submit a question about the use of a type of military equipment and how the department will respond in a timely manner. What is that process? Can you explain it in detail?
Yes, so on the webpage where it talks about AB 481, it indicates that you can, there's a link, and that link directly goes to the coordinator, which is me. So it will email me, and I'll reply with whatever questions or concerns that person might have.
So the complaint procedure is to email you?
Yeah, that you can do that too, and we also have a complaint process. So you can go through the normal complaint process if they want to just call the police department or talk to Watchman or fill a complaint form. Either one of those works, or email me directly to me.
Or even through the city manager's office.
Correct.
If they don't want to go
Correct.
through the police department.
Okay, and Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for Councilmember Kavanaugh and Councilmember Judge to recuse themselves from this vote, seeing as how they're both on the POA Board of Directors, and that is a conflict of interest.
We are not on the POA Board of Directors.
Yeah, they're
I'm
not
sorry, POF Board of Directors.
On the who?
Police Officers Foundation Board of Directors.
Oh, okay, that's much different.
I don't feel I need to recuse myself either. We're strictly a fundraising committee to
That's what
purchase
it-
items that
it
are
seems
not
every
funded
time I
by the
ask for
city.
accountability
Excuse
from
me,
the
I
police
was talking,
department.
thank you.
I
We are strictly a fundraising foundation to fund items that are not paid for by the city, so it's a separate entity. This has already been addressed by the city manager and city attorney in prior years, so I have no reason to recuse myself.
Well, then that's your conflict of interest.
May I make a motion, Mayor?
Wait, let's see.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. City Attorney, do you see a conflict of interest?
I do not, for the reasons that she just stated, and this council has the ability and the authority to direct policy, and I don't see that being in conflict right now at this
Well,
moment.
in the past, Councilmember Kavanaugh has used her position as the Police Officer Foundation to justify funding of certain programs, and I have been unallowed to question transparency and accountability of the police department.
I don't know that that statement is true or correct, so I'll just say at this point I don't agree with you, but I would like to move on because that's not part of our discussion tonight. So may I please make a motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I move to direct staff to return with a notice public hearing to adopt the ordinance authorizing a military equipment use policy for the police department.
Second.
Motion is second, call for the vote.
No, I do not believe our police department needs military equipment.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luébanos voting no.
need a break?
Whatever you want, Mayor. Do you need a break, Ruth?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, you're on.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. What are we on now?
Okay, go ahead. Mr. Mayor? Are we ready? Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next item on the agenda is item 9B, introduction of an ordinance adopting the County of Ventura's Code of Ordinances related to animal services. And Jennifer Del Toro and Mara Mulch are here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and members of the City Council. Since May 1987, the city has contracted with the County of Ventura to provide a wide range of animal-related services, including but not limited to field services, animal nuisance hearings, rabies control, and animal license processing. In late 2021, the county completed a comprehensive code update to meet the current needs of its operations. The county's last comprehensive review was in 2009. This update prompted the city to review its current code related to animal regulations to adopt necessary amendments in order to maintain ongoing services provided by the county. The county's code provisions includes both clarifications of existing regulations and substantial changes to operations. I will now highlight some of the significant changes. Expands the administrative hearing process for citations to include a preliminary administrative review, which allows for a streamlined review of citations without the expense or time of a formal hearing. Clarifies the hearing process for revocation of a breeding permit and requires a person applying for a breeding permit to be registered with and in good standing with a foreign or domestic breeding registry that's recognized by the county. Establishes documentation and evidence standards for barking dog complaints and provides administrative citations as an intermediate remedy prior to a nuisance hearing and options for reversal of a nuisance declaration based on sustained compliance. The city's proposed ordinance excludes the county's mandatory spay-neuter requirements, and this is for all dogs and cats 4 months and older. This mandate has been in effect since 2014 for the unincorporated areas of the county. And to date, only the county and the cities of Ojai and Port Hueneme have enacted spay and neuter mandates. The city's declining shelter intake and high license compliance does not demonstrate a need for this at this time. It is recommended that the City Council introduce ordinance number 1337, amending Title VI of the Simi Valley Municipal Code and adopting portions of the County of Ventura's Code of Ordinances related to animal services by reference, and schedule a public hearing for May 16, 2022. This concludes the report, and staff is available if there are any questions.
Councilmember Luevanos.
I don't have any questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just needed to clarify after speaking with the city attorney to acknowledge I do sit on the Ventura County Animal Services Commission, but there is no monetary gain or any other type of financial gain to me or myself, and it's strictly implementing the County Board of Supervisors adopted resolution or ordinance, so I don't need to recuse myself, so thank you.
But you're on that commission because you were appointed by the City Council.
I'm seated on as appointed by the city, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Litster.
Just a question. Because of the nearly 23% reduction in intakes over the past 6 years, does this result in a corresponding 23% reduction in the cost to the city?
That would be ideal, but not exactly. It does, our proportionate share of animals will reduce our costs over time, but it won't reduce it by the same volume of our own reduction, if that makes sense. The county contract is set up that it's our relative share compared to other cities, not the reduction in our own shelter intake.
Okay,
So I have a question. So we're using the county, is that a protection district? Is that what they are, the animals?
It's not a special district or a joint powers agreement. It's simply by way of contract.
Okay, and so my question is, everything that you're discussing, if we adopt it, they handle everything. We're not talking any new staff or anything like that for us?
Correct, and that's why we're bringing it forward, because they're making operational improvements by way of their ordinances, and in order for us to maintain the ongoing services and to conform to their best practices and their new implementation of standards, we need to update our ordinance as well.
Okay, and I saw where you exclude spay-neuter requirement.
Correct.
Does that, tell me how that works, just real quick and brief, not.
So the
not big
county,
details.
the county is still not, they're not mandating that those be adopted by cities in order to maintain the contract services. The county implemented mandatory spay neuter back in 2014 in the unincorporated areas of the county. And then the cities of Ojai and Port Hueneme have voluntarily chose to adopt those same standards. When looking at our licensing compliance rate and also our percentage of unaltered animals in the city of Simi Valley, we demonstrate a very high level of responsible pet ownership in the city, and it doesn't seem to be a need to force that mandate on our residents and their pets.
And so we're still just virtually in the clear as far as the county goes by doing that. They're okay with it.
Yes, and there were previously and there will continue to be breeding requirements. So if you're breeding an animal for commercial gain, you need to have a permit through the county, a kennel permit, business, home occupation permits, business tax certificate, and things through the city. So there is still that incentive for people that are intentionally trying to have litters. There are, other mechanisms in place to make sure they're doing so responsibly.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I had just a couple more questions,
Okay.
if that's all right.
Yep.
Just briefly, thank you. Where does this administrative hearing process take place? Can we use our city hall? Do they have to go to Ventura? If there is, I understand that there's the local courthouse that's right next door. Is that?
So dependent upon the type of violation, the county several years back implemented administrative citations, and then they also implemented an auto citation process for non-license renewals for the licensing of dogs. As a result of implementing that auto cite, the county did put the responsibility of doing the reviews and the hearings on city staff. So by incorporating these provisions, those types of violations would have a review by city staff and then, if needed, a hearing. This most recent update to the county's code, which inherently would become our update should it be adopted by the council, allows for an additional level of review. So for things like licensing violations, where it simply was they hadn't updated their rabies certificate in time, things like that, that would give us the ability to dismiss those citations that were readily remedied at city staff discretion. However, for things such as a barking dog nuisance citation, those would be handled by the County of Ventura, presumably out of the animal shelter out in Camarillo.
Okay. Thank you. And if I understand then what you're saying about the spay neutering process policy, that anyone that we're not enforcing it for the city of Simi Valley, but if a resident lives in one of the islands, technically, of Simi Valley, then they are required by the county to have their pets spayed, neutered, unless they're breeders.
With select limitations. So there are some exemptions, but it's primarily for pet owners that are engaged in things like competitions with their animals, whether it be agility or best of show type competitions. So there are some exceptions, and or if they have a breeding permit for that animal.
Got it. I don't know that many know that, but I just wanted to clarify. Interesting. Thank you.
The county didn't until, I think it was last year, during COVID, they started to kind of reinvigorate their outreach on that, and they're really trying to get voluntary compliance, but even though they adopted the ordinance in 2014, there hasn't been an aggressive enforcement posture on the county, so I'm sure that those that are affected over time will become aware through the county's efforts. But that would not apply to anyone living in the incorporated limits of the city of Simi Valley at this time.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, would you like a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I please read the ordinance?
Resolution first?
No, I was going to read the ordinance.
Okay,
Thank you.
hurry.
Introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley repealing Title 6, Chapter 1, Articles 1 through 7, and amending Article 8 of the Simi Valley Municipal Code, adopting the County of Ventura's Code of Ordinances related to animal services by reference as contained within Division 4, Chapter 4, and Division 2, Chapter 4, Article 6. That's ordinance number 1337.
Thank you, Lucy.
Thank you.
Now I'll make a motion. Thank you. I move to introduce ordinance number 1337, repealing Title 6, Chapter 1, Articles 1 through 7, and amending Article 8 of the Simi Valley Municipal Code, and adopting the County of Ventura's Code of Ordinances related to animal services by references as contained within Division 4, Chapter 4, and Division 2, Chapter 4, Article 6, and schedule a public hearing for May 16th, 2022.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote. Let's- Yeah, we got a second anyway.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 9C, General Fund Balance Policy, and Joe Tony and Carolyn Johnson are here to present this item.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, Carolyn Johnson, our Budget Officer, will kick us off.
Good evening, council members. So we're going to review our year-end surpluses of the past few years and present a proposed policy to preserve a healthy and appropriate general fund balance while also using surplus funds to address one-time investments into the community, and then we'll give examples of how the policy will be applied. Due to conservative fiscal budgeting and complementary fiscal oversight by the city manager and department heads, the city has enjoyed a year-end budget surplus for the last 5 years. The surplus for fiscal year 1920 was used to create the COVID-19 Recovery Fund, which was to be used to offset any financial impacts of the pandemic. So due to these year-over-year surpluses, the current fund balance exceeds the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA's recommendation of maintaining an unrestricted budgetary fund balance of no less than 2 months or 17% of operating expenditures. So combining the 17% prudent reserve and the unassigned fund balance of the general fund, the city has a discretionary amount of $42.5 million, equal to 60% of actual expenditures for the year ending fiscal year 2021. So in order to preserve a healthy general fund balance and also address one-time investments into the community, staff is recommending a predetermined formula for allocating any surplus year-end funds. This will help create a community investment plan as well as maintain a minimum unassigned general fund balance. There'll be 3 criteria that we will have to meet in order to assign year-end surplus funds. One is that the fiscal year has to end with a surplus. The 17% prudent reserve is to remain intact, and the unassigned portion of the fund balance must remain at a minimum of 30%. So we'll get into more detail on this criteria in a moment, but all of these criteria are, if all of these criteria are met, the surplus funds would be moved into holding accounts for future appropriation by the City Council. So a suggested way of dividing these funds up is to put 40% to be deposited into an infrastructure investment fund to be used for any one-time capital needs. Due to revenue challenges and the loss of the TDA funding over the last decade, the city was less than diligent in investing in its infrastructure, particularly in the areas of streets and roads. Additionally, the city has lagged in investing in other city infrastructure, including traffic signal equipment, facilities and buildings, and miscellaneous equipment. Assigning a portion of the city's year-end surplus to one-time capital needs will help to address the city's aging infrastructure. Another 40% would be put into account for paying down the city's retirement obligations. This could be put into a 115 trust account to be used as a rainy day fund for CalPERS payments, or to make additional discretionary payments, also known as ADPs, to reduce the city's unfunded liability, or for a payment to reduce the city's other post-employment benefits, also known as OPEB liability. The city's funded ratio position with CalPERS is improving, partially due to CalPERS exceeding their rate of return for fiscal year '21 at over 21%. However, at the same time, CalPERS did reduce their annual rate of return from 7% to 6.8%. While these investment changes will not impact the city's obligations until fiscal year 2024, the current projections do indicate the city's annual payments for the unfunded liability and the normal cost will slightly decrease. Decisions on how to best tackle these issues will be brought back to council to consider at a later time, but for now, we're only proposing to put the money aside into a separate fund so that it will be available for such future uses. And then the remaining 20% shall be deposited into a contingency fund to allow for one-time expenditure needs that are urgent and unanticipated. This account will have a maximum balance of $2 million. So there are occasions where unanticipated needs arise with an urgent need to be addressed. In order to provide funding for such circumstances, it's recommended to establish this fund that can be used to address these unbudgeted expenses. Should the contingency account reach the $2 million maximum balance, year-end surplus monies that would normally flow into this account would be distributed equally between the Infrastructure Investment Fund and the Retirement Investment Fund. So now Administrative Services Director Joe Toney will demonstrate how to determine if the criteria has been met to reallocate the funds.
All right, so this will be the fun part. So we're going to try to give you some scenarios so that you can see how the mechanism will work. So let's say we ended 2021 with a $9 million surplus. You see that in the blue on the left, and hopefully this works. There you go. You see the $9 million on the left. For the calculation, we would skip the current fiscal year and we would look to the proposed year. Now, these are not real numbers. Again, these are just placeholders. So
Don't get any
again,
ideas.
they're just placeholders just to give you a scale. They're close to what our budget looks like, but this is just to give you a sense of how this would work. So say we had a budget of $85.1 million for the proposed 22-23 year. We would go through our criteria. Do we have a prior year surplus? Check. We had $9 million. Does our prudent reserve hit the 17% mark? So 17% of 85.1 million is 25.5 million, or excuse me, 14.5 million. So we would hit our 17% mark. And then we would look to the next criteria, the unassigned 30% requirement, and 30% would be 25.5 million. So all of our criteria are met. We have the 17% prudent reserve minimum, we have the 30% unassigned minimum. So now we can proceed with our allocation of how we want to redistribute the net surplus funds from the prior year. Next action. And so you could see we would take that 9 million. It just so happens to be perfectly aligned, 9 million net surplus. We can apply 40% or 3.6 million to the infrastructure fund, 40% or 3.6 to unfunded pension or OPEB liabilities, and then 20% to the contingency fund. So we would have 9 million. All right, and now we'll give you another scenario where it wouldn't work. So let's say we ended the prior year with a $1 million surplus. Again, we would skip the current fiscal year and we'd be looking to the proposed 22-23 year. And part of the reason why we're doing that is to be more conservative. So if we're looking at what we're projecting the next fiscal year to be, we want to make sure we have those minimums. So let's say our budget, our expenditure budget would have to be $89.6 million in the 22-23 year. So again, we'd go through our criteria. Do we have a prior year surplus? We did. Does our prudent reserve hit the 17% mark, which is a requirement? It does. That's 15.2 million. Now, does our unassigned have the 30% minimum? 30% would be 26.9 million. In this example, we would only have enough left over for 25.8 million. So we would be short 1.1 million to hit that 30% mark. And since we're short, we wouldn't be able to proceed with reallocating those surplus funds. So we would proceed as we normally would with a budget. We would develop the budget, present it, but we wouldn't be allocating any additional funds to the reserve, as you can see by this example. And so we would not pass go. And so where we've ended the prior year closed, 2021, which we just presented on earlier, we have a $48.6 million fund balance. Our prudent reserve is $12 million. Our assigned fund balance is 6 million, almost 6.1, and our unassigned fund balance is 30.5 million. And then this is a bit of a historical look at 2 prior year close amounts and what the percentage split is amongst our fund balance allocations there. And you can see it's growing, and that unassigned fund balance is growing. This is what we're estimating this current year to end, but of course that's subject to change, and we won't know that for sure until we close the books and audit the numbers. But then we would be looking to the next fiscal year on how we would make sure we hit those minimums in the proposed budget. And we'll be presenting on that in the coming weeks to the City Council. So as we showed this earlier, the year-end surplus, so the amount we're targeting is the 2021 amount. Again, the 21-22 is just an estimate, but what would be up for allocation is actually the 80.1 or the 8.1 million from fiscal year 2021. Okay. And in summary, we've had surpluses resulting in large discretionary general fund balance. There are 3 main components to our general fund balance: assigned, unassigned, prudent reserve. The prudent reserve and unassigned portions are spendable at the City Council's discretion, but of course the prudent reserve is really meant for catastrophic instances, and that's a GFOA standard to really have about 2 months operating budget, or 17%. So while it is at the Council's discretion, it's really meant for those catastrophic emergencies. Some of our main fiscal issues are infrastructure and pension obligations, so that's why we were targeting those, but of course the Council could always change what the policy is or where you want those funds to go. And we were recommending the use of year-end surplus for infrastructure, retirement obligations, and contingencies. And if the Council were to adopt this policy, we will be including it in the proposed budget, which we're wrapping up as we speak. And with that, the recommended action is to approve the proposed general fund balance policy in attachment A for inclusion in the budget and fiscal policies. And we're open to any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several questions. The first one is, I noticed on the chart you said that included the $6 million that we set aside for COVID funding. Is that correct? Yes?
I believe you're referring to the 1920 year, fiscal
Yes.
year 1920.
So that was when we as a city council decided to set aside $6 million for COVID.
Yes.
Correct. That went into a separate fund.
And that money was not spent.
I'm sorry, say that
Was
again.
that money was not spent?
It's not
That's
spent.
correct.
It's still in
Okay.
that fund balance.
Okay.
It's not in our unassigned fund balance or our prudent reserve fund balance. It's sitting in a separate COVID recovery fund balance.
Okay. How about the $15 million in American Recovery Plan?
That's not included in this number either.
That's not included either. Okay.
Correct.
Here's my next question. How many unfilled positions do we have? Because my understanding is one of the ways that we've been saving money as a city is by not filling unfilled positions as people leave, as they retire, or they move on. We don't always fill those positions. So is it really appropriate to call it a surplus when we have unfilled positions?
We have approximately 70 vacant positions. We are not holding back any positions. We haven't held back any positions this year. We are filling them as quick as we can and as fast as applicants want to apply. So we have
So my question.
15, we have approximately 30 recruitments going on right now, if I remember right.
So my question is, do we still have, if we filled those 70 vacant positions, would we still have this surplus?
I believe we will have a surplus. I don't think we will have as great of a surplus.
So it's hard for me to, decide, let's vote on this policy without knowing, we have all these vacancies and what would those vacancies be, and, and I know that you can't give me a number, right, until you hire those people, because they're gonna come in at different seniority levels, and they're gonna, everyone gets paid a range, not everyone gets paid a certain amount, right? It depends on their experience and their background, and that all of that varies, right? Their salaries and their benefits and all those things. So I understand that you can't give me an exact number, right, until you hire all those people.
But Councilmember Levinos, if I understand this correctly, that would be future. This is talking about what's already occurred a year ago. And if we were to have so many more employees come online immediately, that would mean that this year or this next fiscal year, we may not have the surplus. And so the policy that we're discussing, we may not, we don't meet that 30% or 30 million threshold, whatever. And so then that wouldn't apply that year. So your concern, which might be valid, doesn't necessarily specifically apply to what our surplus that was generated a year ago.
My concern is calling it a surplus when we have vacant positions. I think that's a mischaracterization, a fiscal mischaracterization, because you have unfilled positions. If we had those filled positions, then it wouldn't be a surplus. Or at least it wouldn't be as great a surplus.
It is money, it is unspent money. I can tell you, that even if we had 100% employment, which we have never been at, I believe we would still have a surplus, just because of timing on expenditures and timing of, I mean, if a person leaves the city today, at our best opportunity to refill that position, it'd be vacant for 3 months, just because how long it takes to recruit and fill a position. So even if someone were to leave, we would have 3 months worth of salary that we would not be paying. So you're always going to have salary savings as we go forward in every year.
But we have delayed in filling some of those positions, yes?
Prior years, yes. This
Okay.
year, no.
Okay, so that was the point I was trying to make. My other question is, as it relates to previous things that we've talked about, 40% for infrastructure, for capital needs like roads, facilities, and deferred maintenance, which I think we all agree that we need to do. But I had mentioned this earlier because of the CDBG funds, and if we are, going to use what we have, the 8.1 million or 8.7 million? I'm sorry.
8045.
You took it down. In excess of $8 million that we have, right, to spend. Yeah, 805. If we use that money, the 40% of that, right, for roads, facilities, and deferred maintenance, then would we have to have had spent the $553,000 of CDBG funds on roads on fixing minor roads? And could we not have spent that money on affordable housing or rental assistance? I guess my concern is, I'm glad we're investing in our infrastructure because it is necessary. We need to do that. However, I don't see us helping our residents that are struggling. And that is my concern, because we use the funds that were intended for that purpose instead for roads. And if we're going to use this 40% for the roads, then, we've already made that decision, right? That was already voted on. So I would like at least 10% of this funding to go into, since we don't have redevelopment money, since all the reports that I've seen have said that we have, we don't have redevelopment money, there's no money to help with affordable housing, there's no money to help our low-income residents. I would like at least 10% of this, take 5% from infrastructure, take 5% from retirement, to go towards affordable housing, to go towards helping our low-income residents, whether it's rental assistance, whether it's down payment assistance to buy a home, in some way, shape, or form, helping our residents stay here so that they're not having, our workers stay here so they don't have to commute so far. That's my suggestion, is that we do 35% for infrastructure, 35% for retirement, and take 10% of this money and put it in that fund, because you yourself, Mr. Gabler, stated it would take us a long time to get the funding that we would need to help fund something that would help our low-income residents have housing, and this would be a way that we could do that. So that's my suggestion, that we take 10% and put it into that affordable housing projects in whatever form that would be. Is that possible? Could that be done?
It's a city council decision.
So it can be done.
If the city council wants to, I would only recommend that if the use of these funds should be one-time uses. Funding ongoing expenditures would be very detrimental to the general fund.
Well, rental assistance could be one time. You could say, hey, we're going to give rental assistance for this long. Down
Unless
payment
it's counted
assistance could be one-time
on
use
multiple
funds.
years by the recipient, but
Yeah.
yes.
But down payment assistance could be one-time funds, because you only give a down payment once.
Mayor, I have a
I'm ready to make a
question.
motion.
But no, may I please ask some questions before motion? Because this is, I'm sorry. Mike,
You don't have to be sorry, just go ahead.
no, I'm apologizing to Mike, who's shaking his head, because he wants to make a motion. But this is important, because we're talking millions of dollars and how we want to spend it. First of all, I think this is an excellent idea to have this policy for surplus. I want to make that very clear. I want to be sure, too, that people understand what what is it called, that you're,
Unassigned?
no, the 115 trust account is. I just think, would you just quickly explain what 115 trust account is so we understand what that option means?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, a 115 trust is essentially another investment vehicle. So instead of us putting that to CalPERS and letting them invest those funds, we would be able to have control over how those funds are invested. Of course, within limitations of whatever the mutual funds and the makeup of the vehicles are. But we would be able to invest those funds, set that aside, and in essence, it becomes somewhat of a rainy day fund. So hopefully those investments are growing, and then if we have a budget impact, we'd still be able to meet our pension obligations in future years or pension payments.
And I think the value of that is that it's sometimes, I think, we're a little wiser in the way we choose to invest funds than some of this CalPERS investing. But the question I have is one of the allotment. And I posed this to Brian a little bit, and I posed this as well. And I know we can't come up with a number, but the question that I have, basically what's being proposed is that we equally support both our, these are all two major obligation areas. Our infrastructure, and that needs to be either replaced or improved, or one-time capital improvement projects, and then our obligations to meet as far as pension obligations that are out there. The question is, are they equal footing, equal size in demand that we have right now? Because in my mind, there ought to be an allotment based on the actual size of what that is. Let's say theoretically, we have $100 million out there of projects we need to build and do, and we have $50 million in unfunded pension obligations that will get us to 80%. If that's the case, I would say let's make it a different allotment where we actually put a higher percentage towards our infrastructure and a slightly lower percentage towards our unfunded pension liability or rainy day fund for that. Do we have a sense, I know this is darts, do we have a sense of what, let's say we wanted to get to an 80%, I know there's OPIB as well, but.
Offhand, I don't have a proportional share of what it would be for infrastructure versus our unfunded liabilities and retirement accounts. I can say based on our last presentation to council that we gave on the pension update, the mid-year report, what our projections were based on new investments, which CalPERS hasn't caught up with that. Those were just projections with our consultant. It looks like to get to 80%, we would need another $27.6 million.
Okay.
That's just for the unfunded pension liability.
Sure.
That doesn't include OPEB. And what we saw today from our auditors was that our OPEB liability at the end of June 21 is $48.8 million. So combine those, that's about $70 million.
Okay. You're good. Okay, that gives me a ballpark there, good.
75.
And in terms of, I know we make that list, that wish list of all the infrastructure things, I mean, we see that report of all the things we would like built, need to have built, want built, fixed. As my recollection is like 20 million?
Our capital improvement program, I thought it was about 130 million for the 5-year program. Is that close, Carolyn?
Probably.
Roughly, yeah.
You guys are doing great ballparking. So I guess the discussion I would have is there any support to maybe, instead of being 40-40, and I think the contingency fund with cut off at 2 million, and then it makes sense. And I love the fact that you have 3 constraints you have to meet before the funds are even allocated. I think this is really well thought out, really well thought out. But would there be any support? No, we do. But is there any support for the council to maybe have, let's say, 30% go towards unfunded our pension, and 50% go towards our capital improvements? So, and basically, it's the same thing that they're proposing, but just bump a little bit more for infrastructure, make infrastructure 50%, since that benefits everyone, and make our retirement reductions at 30%. Is there any support of that from anyone on
I
the
would second
sides?
that. I would somewhat leave it as it is for now, since we haven't done anything yet. This is just my opinion. You know, Joe's used his expertise and kind of figured out these two things. I see your point. It's a very good point. But we're always going to have infrastructure. Always, always. It's going to continue to grow into where the pension liability, I know we want to catch up with that a little bit. But dividing it in half, I think for right now is a good way to go. We still have 10 million in CARES Act money that we haven't allocated to anything yet either. So I'd like to see it go this way for a year or two and see how what we're doing, and then maybe revisit at that point in time, just based on the expertise and the advice of our Fiscal Services Department.
I agree with Councilwoman Lister. I think we should give more to the infrastructure.
I agree with Councilmember Kavanaugh. Since I've been here, we've been in just shy of panic mode over not fulfilling our pension funds. And the public also has heard nothing but that for forever, and many, many people bring it up that don't understand it also. So it's almost like a positive PR move too, if we get to that. I think the target's 80%, right? And I don't want to give up now. We're almost there, or we can see light at the end of the tunnel and then stop. That doesn't make sense to me.
So can I ask the question, because the mayor brings up a very good point. If we institute this and go forward with a 40%, 40-40, exactly as outlined, and then if we pay, what would it take us to, and I know we can invest it, I read it carefully, either you could make an extra payment, you could invest it somewhere and then have it as a rainy day. Let's say theoretically we just throw it all at our obligation. What would it take us to? If we threw right now, 40%, if we threw it at our obligation, do we have a sense?
We would have to run scenarios and stress test on it. I mean, part of the point of the policy is that we would do that analysis, see what funds we have, and then come back to the council to appropriate it, to put it to the right uses.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, in the model we had, say it was a $9 million surplus, we'd have 3.6 million. I mean, that would help, but we'd have to do the analysis to see what the additional discretionary payment would do, because sometimes it's a blip, right? You know, and it depends on what the markets do and what that amortization period would do for the long term. And I know, to City Manager Gabler's point, it also depends on where you're applying those ADPs, because we may have had more significant losses in prior years that have a larger impact on our unfunded liability.
True. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think we need to enact item 1B. So if you don't mind, I move that the City Council meeting tonight may extend beyond the midnight deadline to conclude the agenda.
Second.
Motion and second, call for the vote. Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to include 10% for affordable housing from this. Take 5% from retirement investment fund, 5% from infrastructure investment fund, and make sure that we use at least 10% of this one-time use funding to help those who are low income, who would like to be homeowners or need rental assistance.
Okay, got a motion?
Motion fails for lack of a second.
Mr. Mayor, I make a secondary motion. I move to approve the proposed general fund balance policy for inclusion in the budget and fiscal policies.
Second.
Motion second, call for the vote.
Just to clarify, this is at the current 40-40-20, is that correct?
I think we need to invest in our housing.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Tony.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, the next item on the agenda is item 9D. Consideration of an ordinance of the City of Simi Valley adding a new Chapter 45 to Title 5 of the Simi Valley Municipal Code relating to the sale and use of fireworks and adoption of a resolution. The reading of the ordinance is as follows. Ordinance number 1338, an ordinance of the City of Simi Valley adding a new Chapter 45 to Title 5 of the Simi Valley Municipal Code relating to the sale of use and use of fireworks, and resolution number 2020-20, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Simi Valley approving a schedule of civil fines for violations of the Simi Valley Municipal Code and repealing resolution number 2010-11. And Linda Swan is here for this presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mashburn and City Council. We've saved the best for last. So before you this evening is a proposed fireworks ordinance as well as a resolution to approve adding associated civil fines for your consideration. At the March 14th meeting, staff provided an overview of strategies used by other local municipalities and governments to address noise and hazard-related issues caused by fireworks. At the conclusion of the report, City Council directed staff to draft a fireworks ordinance similar to the City of Oxnard's ordinance, which would utilize civil fines and a host liability component, expanding liability to the property owner, tenant, or persons holding a gathering where fireworks are used. So in order to gather more information regarding Oxnard's fireworks ordinance, staff reached out to the City of Oxnard in order to help develop the ordinance presented this evening. So although California strictly prohibits the discharge, possession, or sale of fireworks without a license or permit, cities may adopt their own regulations on fireworks violations, which can include costly civil penalties. Looking at the various jurisdictions across the state that have adopted fireworks ordinances, some utilize both civil and criminal fines to address violations of fireworks regulations, while others solely use civil fines to enforce compliance. So civil fines are a gentler approach to enforcement and is less onerous to the public. Additionally, there is monetary savings as there is no longer need for staff to make court appearances when criminal fines are not imposed. And staff found that the City of Oxnard uses civil fines to deter fireworks within their city. So the ordinance presented tonight prohibits the use of fireworks, both safe and sane and dangerous within the city. Safe and sane are not explosive and not airily launched. Dangerous fireworks are always illegal except for use by a trained professional with a license. They include firecrackers, sky and bottle rockets, and specific size sparklers. Although cities served by the Ventura County Fire Department are currently prohibited to use any fireworks, the city can adopt its own regulations on fireworks, as in tonight by adding Chapter 45 to Title 5, related to the sale and use of fireworks in the city's municipal code in an effort to reduce firework activity. As requested, staff has modeled the proposed ordinance after the City of Oxnard's ordinance with the reduced civil fine structure for safe and sane, as requested by City Council. Additionally, the ordinance will include a social host liability component. The host liability allows the city to hold the property owner, the tenant, or person hosting a gathering where fireworks are used. Civil fines affiliated with the proposed ordinance are as follows: $100 per offense for the use of safe and sane, and $1,000 per offense for use of dangerous fireworks. In order to establish these civil fines, a proposed resolution to approve a revised schedule of civil fines for non-compliance of the proposed ordinance is also presented for council's consideration. Although this ordinance does not limit the city's authority to employ any other remedy, civil or criminal, to redress any violation of this code or state law by any other person. Criminal penalties for violation of the state's fireworks regulations that have been established in California Health and Safety Code for possession or use of dangerous fireworks may also be utilized by our sworn personnel when warranted. Enforcement of this ordinance is triggered by an officer's observation, a neighborhood disturbance complaint, or a complaint filed through one of the city's informational or communication channels. Looking ahead to the 2022 Independence Day holiday, the police department is currently planning to utilize undercover operations in an effort to catch people using fireworks. Additionally, the city manager's communications team will launch a robust social media and print advertisement campaign, educating the residents of the city's fireworks hotline, the new civil fine structure, and the whole social host liability law in an effort to deter firework activity. Enforcement of the proposed ordinance would be accommodated within existing staffing and budget authority at this time. Staff will monitor the workload demands to ensure existing staffing is sufficient to handle the citation and potential appeal hearing. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Questions to staff?
Yes, Mayor, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there a reason why we didn't include as an increased fee for second violation or subsequent violations like other cities?
I believe at the last council meeting, we agreed to $100 per safe and sane, and then to move forward with 1,000. That was the understanding that we had with going forward with the ordinance. We can't amend that to do that.
So we could say if $100 your first violation, $200 your second violation, $500, because it just seems like $100 for some people is a hardship, but for others, it's not.
Right.
They'll pay the $100. So right now, as it's written, it's $100 every time, or just the first violation, the second time?
For safe and sane, it's 100 per offense. For
Every time.
dangerous, it's 1,000 per offense.
Okay.
That's the way it's currently written. If the council wants to change that, that can be done.
Okay, and how would someone, you said the police officer has to observe it, or which other way would people be able to?
So I know that the city of Oxnard last year used drones, and that was one way they used citations. But overall, it's really through observation.
Okay, so does the police officer have to observe it, or can other people observe it?
I think the police officer has to, and I'll leave that up to the chief to.
Yeah, it has to be observed by a police officer.
Yep, that's correct. It has to be observed. You have to actually see them in the act of doing it.
So the police officer has to see them, not like a neighbor. So if a neighbor like, hey, they're shooting off fireworks, and they take out their phone, they record it, that's not sufficient evidence?
Well, you know, in a situation where it would be a misdemeanor, the person could make a citizen's arrest, but that's a lot more involved. They have to, we can't make a physical arrest of somebody or even a citation for somebody doing it unless we actually observe it. So a citizen could say, yes, I observed that person doing it, but there's a procedure we'd have to go through because it was a misdemeanor occurring outside of our presence.
Okay, so that's the same as any other misdemeanor then.
Mm-hmm.
So, but if there was sufficient evidence, you have the video, you could see the person's face, they're shooting off the dangerous or safe and sane,
Right.
either one, then would that possibly meet the standard?
It would. I mean, it was. I think like Oxnard is using the drones, and so I believe they're using cameras on the drones,
Yes.
which again, it's pretty, pretty extensive.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure. And then the hotline, that's something that's going to be through the police department or the city or both, or how is that going to work?
We've done it through the police department usually every year, so that'll be available. The number we'll post it. We'll put it out on Nixle and on Facebook when it goes live. So.
Okay, because my concern is, I've called that hotline. I have very fireworks happy neighbors, unfortunately. They'll tell me, well, where exactly is it? And then what I don't want is people to go wandering around the neighborhood, right? Like, I got him, So that's the question. Is this ordinance fixing anything? Is it making things better for enforcement purposes?
I think it will. I mean, I think that it's, what we've done in the past with the hotline is, people can, we post it at least like a month ahead of time, and then people can call it up and they can anonymously report information on there that their neighbors they saw them with fireworks, and we will oftentimes send our officers by there to knock on the door and educate them on the ordinance. So we've done that in the past as well.
I think not to jump in on the cheap, but I think all this ordinance is doing is adding another fine
That's exactly what it's doing.
at a
is
civil
adding another
level
fine.
as opposed to a criminal level. So the police department's activity is not going to change. They still need to see it. They still need to observe it. Now they just, instead of providing for a criminal misdemeanor.
If somebody's hosting a party where they're being done, then the person responsible for that can pay the civil fine. It's sort of like our disturbing party ordinance in the same
Correct.
way.
So you're adding another fine onto the act of using fireworks.
But the civil standard is lower than the criminal, yes?
It is. You're not going before a judge. So there is a lower standard.
Okay, so it's easier to prove. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, let's,
So just so I understand, civilly, they're still a criminal. Well, what we had previously, there'd be, if someone was found with fireworks, they were charged. They could have been charged criminally.
That's correct.
Now, they can be charged civilly and criminally, or would they more likely be charged civilly?
It could be both, likely civilly.
So we're just allowing the civil element. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And what does it do for a person's record? I mean, it's still a misdemeanor either way. I'm just trying to understand. Civilly, it's
An administrative fine or administrative citation will not go on a person's individual criminal history or record.
okay. That's what I want articulated. Thank you. All right. Thank you. The criminal does, the civil does not. I like that. Okay, that makes me feel better. My question is with regards. I'm struggling with the social host component. I'll be honest, because I've been thinking about that, and I think that was my problem about it last time, is that I like the person who is causing the problem to be cited with the fine. I'm just thinking of the parents who have teenagers in the backyard. I guess I'm struggling with that social host component. We could separate the two, correct? We could have these civil fines, but not have the social host component if we chose to tonight.
We can always strike the social host part.
But, okay. I was just thinking about, it's kind of like the bank robbery. You don't charge the bank robber, but you charge the getaway car. This is not as serious as a bank robbery, but I want the bank robber charged.
Not in my book. It's not.
Yes. I want the bank robber charged, not the car. I hear, okay. So thank you. I'm just trying to understand what we are doing and what we're putting into place here.
I think the angle on the social host is if you are hosting, if you're the resident, tenant, whatever you may be, property owner, and your guests are knowingly lighting off fireworks, you're held responsible. So that's, you play a role in that.
I get that, but the way it
activity.
reads, even if you're not home and they're doing it, and you've told them not to, and you're gone, they're doing it, you're still liable unless they're renting the place from you.
Renting, or they have a child they probably shouldn't have left home in charge of the house.
Yes. I'm still, maybe it's because of my adult children makes me struggle with this. Maybe that's
Brian
what this
and I
is.
have teenagers, so yeah.
That's exactly the point. This is a strict liability offense. So if you have fireworks coming from this property, you could be held strictly liable.
And I think part of my reasoning when we had the discussion at the last meeting was a deterrent, more so than anything else. I know not everyone agrees with that, but we have so many people complain because the fireworks start 2 weeks beforehand, and then they're the night of the 4th of July, and then they're 2 weeks afterwards, and people have animals, and it really can cause a lot of problems. So I'm looking at this more as a deterrent type of thing to use.
And I agree. I think the civil fine is a deterrent. And I also think knowing that the police are going to be undercover and doing all the things that being made known in itself is a deterrent as well.
I think the marketing that they're planning on doing will help.
Yeah,
It's not going to stop it, but it might help.
Mr. City Attorney, what happens if they don't pay the civil fine?
I'm glad you brought that up because there could be a collection process if they continuously fail to pay the administrative fines.
Thank you.
May I make a motion, Mayor?
I think I'll make a comment first, but thank you. I had a different take on this after thinking about it after the last time. We had the fire chief here and said there's been no cases of fires caused by safe and sane fireworks that he can remember. I don't like to talk about my past, but about 10 years I was a fire investigator and many times right here in Simi Valley. I never went to a fire that was caused by safe and sane fireworks. I think what we're creating is a bunch of work when we have officers already that can go out and make the determination just like they do in any other crime they go to. I have 100% faith in that. And I think we should focus on the dangerous fireworks. They're the ones that have much more potential of causing a problem. And to go after ma and pa kettle who come home and go out in the street with a bucket of water and light fireworks that don't go in the air and don't do any damage, and they have a seal of approval by the state fire marshal, and for each officer that makes a stop, that means he or she will be on one street at the most, from my experience here in town. And the time it's going to take that officer to write the citation, because we're really focusing on one night. I know what you're saying, Dee Dee, about the deterrent, but we could deter with the with the dangerous fireworks. And I have no problem with the fine there and doing that, and then I think that we'd be serving our public correctly. But to take people that have been doing this for years and have the safe and sane seal of approval by our state fire marshal, and then we start fining them. And there is a patriotic part of this. It's 4th of July. We're insisting every year that we put on a fireworks show for them. And so anyway, I've gone the other direction. I'm thinking there's no way those $100 fines are going to pay for the amount of work that's going to be put out attempting to collect them. And when you go up to a group of people that are standing around one little thing that spews sparks in the air, as soon as they see the police officer come up, did you do it? Or did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? I don't know who did it. And then if it's like it was in the past where you confiscate the fireworks and then you have to list all of it and take it into custody as evidence, what are we doing? You're just creating work and there's not going to be a benefit. So I say leave it alone, especially the
So I will
level.
share with council that in speaking with the chief of police at the city of Oxnard, and I think it was the deputy city attorney, their focus is primarily on dangerous fireworks. They do cite for safe and sane, but they really key in on the dangerous fireworks because apparently that is a big problem in Oxnard, and that's what they shared with us.
Yeah, and like I said, I have no problem at all with the officers using their own discretion, and when they see there's the use of dangerous and they can make contact with that person, they do. And if they go, it's impossible to find that person, I take that officer's word for it because I know it is very difficult to zero in on who's doing it.
So Mayor, may I ask what you're proposing? Are you suggesting then that we remove the safe and sane fine, but continue with a civil fine for the dangerous, or not change, or not put in the ordinance at all?
I would only go, I wouldn't go with the ordinance. I would leave it today. Right now, the police department has, I think, multiple, am I correct, Chief? Location, health and safety code, fire code. There's many areas that your officers can write if decided. So what I'm saying is, leave it alone. Leave it alone.
I would ask, Mayor, what would you say then to the residents who know that there were 361 incidences of fireworks and not one citation? Because, you know, residents from, you know, animal owners to veterans to those with PTSD, you know, this happens every year. And it's not even just a 4th of July.
It's not even just before 4th of July or just after 4th of July. It's in Memorial Day. It's, I mean, just any given time during the pandemic was horrendous, but it's still going. And this is just a tool to help law enforcement. It is up to their discretion whether or not they're going to go after everyone. Obviously, they have other important things to do, and I know that the chief will dispatch as need be to the needs of the city. But this is a tool that helps our law enforcement agency, our police department.
I think you partially answered exactly what I was saying, is leave it up to the discretion of the law enforcement officers.
Well, that's why we need this ordinance, to give them that tool.
We don't need the ordinance because there's
They
like
don't need
20
an
different ordinances on the books already for fireworks. California is the most overregulated state in the union, the most overtaxed state in the union. And we're just adding more bureaucracy to this. That's not
Yeah.
something we should be doing here.
The officers, when I did it with them, we made up special cards, shared them with the officers that are going out, and it tells them all the different codes and what to write under for which violation. The officers are the people out on the street. They can make the decision. I sympathize with people with dogs and whatever, cats or whatever else runs, but I think, yeah, there is you do hear them a week before, a week after maybe, and I've lived out here a long time, and I've only heard them around 4th of July.
I've lived here 21 years, and I hear them all year long, and it bothers my senior neighbors, it bothers my neighbors with children who have special needs, it bothers my neighbors who are veterans, it bothers my neighbors with pets. And this, like I said, this is a tool. They came to us, the residents came to us, asked us to do something. $100 is not that much. The host, does help. And this is something that actually, it's not as harsh as Oxnard, but it does add a layer of accountability.
Okay.
So may I make a motion, Mayor?
I've made my point.
I have another comment to
I think
make.
if we leave it alone, we're tackling something that's already being taken care of at the discretion of the officers, and we have no history of fire damage from the typical family on the street. Go ahead and make your motion.
Dee Dee wanted to say something.
Oh, Dee
I
Dee.
wanted to make a comment, but Chief, did you have a comment? And then I'll make a comment.
Either way, we're going to enforce whether we have the social host ordinance or whether we have the fire code. I think the big issue is that last year we had a number of radio calls, we didn't issue any citations. I take responsibility for that because we had the first fireworks show in the middle of the pandemic, we had staffing issues, and we assigned officers to go do other things, and we didn't have the resources to go handle that. In the past, what we've done is we've used our special operations unit, and we've gone out there and we've written several citations. So what you saw last year was really an anomaly. It was something that was not on our radar because of everything that was going on. So I can tell you that I know Deputy Chief Shorts and I have already met with the command staff, and we've come up with a plan this year to do enforcement. Now, I mean, the level of enforcement, it's not necessarily going to be, hundreds of citations from none, because we still have, the city to police, but we can certainly do much more. And I think we do have the tools. And again, whether the social host ordinance or the different violations we have, we will enforce whatever we have to enforce. It's just going to take the impetus for me to make sure that that's the marching orders that they get. And like I said, last year, we said, look, don't focus on that, focus on the show, because it's the first time we've had it. We were concerned about traffic. So I'll take responsibility for the 0 citations. I have no problem doing that. We have several ways that we can do it. We've done it in the past. We'll just implement it again, and we'll get some results. Will that stop fireworks completely? It won't. I mean, Oxnard does have a larger problem. I've talked extensively with Chief Benitez about this. They have to use drones because they have a big problem. But we can certainly do more, and we'll do more. And I can, commit to that, and go from there. So.
Speaking of those drones, is that military equipment?
It is, and we do, and we don't have any of that.
We're not supposed to have any of that.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
with what the chief just said, I'd like to make a motion that we drop this attempt to pass this ordinance.
Second.
Dee Dee
I wanted to make a comment. Okay, now I can, because you've said it. It's a quick one. I was going to say, thank you so much for all the work you put into this. But it does sound like we have some of the tools that we need. But I also like the fact about all of the advertising and such we were going to do. I think if we stick with that and do a massive advertising campaign and let them know that there are fines. It may not be a civil one, but the fines are there and that we're going to be looking this year. I think that might accomplish both things.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second.
Can you repeat the motion, Mayor?
Yes, that we drop this attempt to create this new ordinance, and we go with what the police chief indicated, and I'm in full support of any education like Councilmember Kavanaugh speaking of.
Is there, thank you.
Call for the vote.
People asked for this ordinance, and I think we should deliver it to them.
The motion passes with Councilmember Luevanos voting no. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, next on the agenda is item 10A, City Council member reports.
Councilmember Luevanos, you want to go first?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. On, oh my goodness, Monday, April 11th, I took a tour of the waste management facility. Wonderful tour. There's a lot of opportunities there for Girl Scouts who need their Gold Award and for Boy Scouts who need their Eagle Award. So you can email me or you can contact Waste Management, let them know you're interested. They are talking about having camporee back up there, the regional camporee for Boy Scouts, which I'm really excited about because it's really fun. And they have beautiful hiking trails over there that they've set up through the waste management facility, and I highly recommend it. They even have a couple mountain lions up there with the corridor because of the comeback of the wildlife and all that they've done there. On on Thursday, April 14th, I was actually invited to speak about what it's like to be a policymaker at UC Davis via Zoom. So got to talk to some educators and what it's like to have the dual role of being a teacher and being a policymaker as an elected official. So that was really fun and interesting and fun to inspire a new generation of educators, which we so desperately need. On Sunday, April 17th, I, along with thousands of our residents, attended the Easter Mass. I was at St. Peter Claver for Easter Sunday and had a wonderful Mass there. And I know a lot of our residents were celebrating Passover and Easter and Ramadan all at the same time, all of these holidays happening. On Friday, April 22nd was Earth Day, and it was the opening of the Wildlife Corridor. In case you did not know, over the 101 made national news. Huge, huge deal. 20 years in the making, and is going to offer a wildlife corridor over the 101 to protect our mountain lions, which are a huge part of our ecosystem. Celebrated at my school with composting and rescuing more farm animals because we have a rescue farm on our campus. And Friday, April 22nd, in case you did not know, was also the LGBTQ Day of Silence for bullied youth. So that was to commemorate all of the youth that are associated with being LGBTQ, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, plus. And it was a day where there were many people who were silent in honor of those who have been bullied that pertain to the LGBTQ community and haven't had a voice. And then at 7 p.m. we had an online Zoom where we broke our silence. And this was sponsored by GLSEN. So if you're ever looking for support, GLSEN has wonderful resources for our LGBTQ youth in English and Spanish and Tagalog and Mandarin and various languages. So I highly recommend GLSEN, GLSEN. The Trevor Project also participated as well. And that is my report. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it quick because it's a little late. So on Friday, April 15th, I met with Michelle and City Ventures, which I disclosed earlier regarding the project out off of Oak Road. On Saturday, April 16th, I want to thank Waste Management for allowing my grandson to take a tour of the landfill. He was thrilled to death. So to see all those trucks. That same day, Saturday, April 16th, I was up to Mount McCoy for the lighting of the cross. For those of people that know or don't know, my Rotary Club has been lighting that cross for the week before Christmas for about 40 years. And so this, different nights of the week, different club members do it. And then on Saturday, the entire club is invited up there. And it's nice because it was also a full moon, and so Dr. Pietrolungo, and Mr. Baxter also hiked up there. So there were a lot of people up there. We also read the names of people who had passed away during the year that were submitted to the club. One of them was a gentleman by the name of Oscar Acosta, I believe, who had just passed away the prior week, and his entire family was there. There was a large crowd. I guess they're a longtime CME family, so I'll find more information on that. But it was very very moving for everybody. They were very appreciative, and the cross just looked absolutely beautiful that night. So thank you to the Rotary Club of Simi Valley and all the members, including Mr. Rhodes out there, and President Evelyn Garfield. Yeah, I said it right. It's Evelyn, the Queen. That's all I know. So April 18th, I had the pleasure of turning into my turn onto the street into the tract of homes I work at, and there's a taco truck, and it said free tacos.
Oh, really?
So I went, and I looked, and it said SoFi free tacos, sci-fi free tacos, Simi Valley Sci-Fi. So I went and parked my car and walked back around and spent about 45 minutes to an hour speaking with Marcus Bowman, who was the representative there, and all my neighbors that came and got free tacos. So he was explaining about the cabling going in all the neighborhoods. So they're doing mine right now. And the tacos were really good. If you go on their website, they have a QR code, and you can find out where the truck's going to be next time. It's the first 100 people, you get 2 free tacos. And they were really, really good. On Thursday, April 21st, I had my Economic Development Board meeting. A lot of good things going on there. I'll cover that more at a different meeting. And today, prior to the meeting, I met with KB Homes regarding the finalizing up in the Temple Canyon housing up there. So that's the end of my report, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My report is going to be short. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the 800-plus people that DM'd me, PM'd me, emailed me, sent me messages on text messages about my mother's condition. My mother took ill last week, and I had to go to Alabama to take care of her, to help my brother with her, and she's, thank God she's doing well now, so she's expected to have a full recovery, but I do want to thank all the people that did send messages of support. I wasn't here, but I know about it. Tuesday, April 19th, our Elks Lodge lived up to its motto of being benevolent and protective of their neighbors by passing an easement agreement with SCE so that SCE can build a microgrid system on their property. This system will keep the power on during the PSPS shutoffs for 200-plus homes near the Elks Lodge. They are now awaiting approval from their Grand Lodge to make it go. But that's a great thing that our lodge did here in Simi Valley, so if anybody's an elk listening, thank you. If you're not an elk, this lodge does a lot for our city. They're a great service club, just like our Rotary clubs in Kiwanis. So I want to make sure they get some recognition. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. April 13th, attended a task force on business recovery. I met with Julia Brownlee remotely and tried to talk her into giving us lots of money, but she just said, talk to my staff. I also attended the Simi Valley Arts Commission with the mayor, and we had a very, I think, very productive meeting discussing future and our financial circumstances and recovery for the arts, and particularly the Simi Valley Cultural Arts Center. On Thursday, April 14th, had the honor of also attending with the mayor at Royal High School, the junior ROTC pass and review, and that was incredibly well done, and thank you. Commend Colonel Mark Hustet of the U.S. Air Force junior ROTC senior aerospace instructor, and I don't know if that was his swan song, anyway, it was really well done, and it just gives you tremendous faith in our youth and what they're doing and where they're moving and their commitment to our freedoms. Also on that date, I too met with City Ventures, who we saw earlier this evening. On Friday, April 15th, actually, the whole Easter weekend was wonderful, as mentioned by others, by the many great things that were done to celebrate that beautiful weekend. I will tell you that on Sunday, April 17th, the Kiwanis Club put on a fabulous Easter sunrise breakfast over the Senior Center, and I would like to say I attended. I'll be honest, I parked my car, I got out, I walked in, I opened the door, looked at all the fun people, realized what time it was, and I knew if I walked in, I would be late to play the organ at my church. And so I just waved and left. But it looked like they were having a fabulous event. And thank you to those who put that together for our seniors. Monday, April 18th, I took a train to Legoland. I'll tell you, the surf liner is a great way to do it. On Wednesday, April the 20th, attended the Youth Council meeting, which was held at the Rancho Simi Park District Activities Center. They hosted our youth council, and then the youth council spoke, did a great job, but I thought it was nice that they basically recognized the value of our youth and would like to host them and provide support for them as well. Thursday, April 21st, attended the Simi Valley Ed Foundation, represented the city there. Teacher of the month was Tina Harris at Wood Ranch Elementary. I think every teacher there is deserving, but congratulations to Tina Harris. Also appreciated visiting with city manager, and that was also my wedding anniversary, 34 years. But who's counting? April, yes. April 21st? Well, happy anniversary. Okay, well, there you have it. April 20, well, I'll talk later. April 22nd, April 23rd, was actually, it was the the Youth Employment Services Job Career Expo. Thank you to all those who put that together. Again, that was the case of arriving just as it was ending. But as I was driving over there, I saw a young man pedaling a bike as fast as he could, white shirt and tie, and I knew where he'd come from. And I just thought kudos to those who are putting that on and making it happen. But what I did make after that was the waste management. They had an e-waste collection, and so. But I learned that they had a special collection on Saturday. But I learned that many people don't recognize that they Monday through Friday will collect e-waste and batteries at the waste management facilities. So if you have a need to dispose of some of those items, Monday through Friday they can be dropped off there. Today was also, thank you, we had a tri-agency meeting. It was great to meet with our other agencies and get updates on projects and know that we're having dialogue together. So thank you, Brian, for putting that together. Also met with KB Homes. Appreciate all the good things happening in our community. That's my report.
Thank you. First and most important, because it's just very important that it's our city attorney's birthday.
Today?
Wait, yesterday or today?
About 3 minutes. Yeah,
Three minutes ago.
April 26th or 25th?
26.
26th, so his birthday.
53 in 3 minutes.
Happy birthday to you.
That's what you meant when you told me that. I'm like, huh?
He's turning gray, too. Happy birthday, David. That's great. Oh, man. We don't want to talk about that.
No.
Okay. On April 12th, I attended the Executive Action Committee for the Economic Development Committee via the Chamber, and we're working on a couple of good things. One in particular is trying to come up with a method to help our businesses survive the attacks by the, no offense, the shark attorneys that are sending people in to look at ADA violations and getting their $5,000 and going on down the road. So we're actually researching on how to fight that, which is happening a lot in Simi Valley, kind of like the catalytic converter problem. I'm going to skip a lot of this because I know people aren't they're not watching, right? But I too, with Mayor Pro Tem Litzner, attended the Air Force ROTC at Royal, and what an impressive group. very impressive. The pass and review was great. It was very entertaining. And when they listed all the seniors and the schools they're going to go to, I've said it many times before, but when you see these young adults, you realize we're not in quite as bad shape as one would sometimes think. There's a lot of hope out there. I saw the sci-fi presentation. I think it was at economic development with the chamber. And I asked, and I'll just remind in case it's not, we need that presentation here. They do a very good job, very interesting, and it'd be good to have on the television so everybody can see it. And I think Dee Dee probably wants some more tacos.
Oh, they were good. I took a picture of the truck. So I have the name.
See?
Epic Tacos.
See? With the chamber, we did what they call a sea-level visit with EML NQ, the company down on Madeira that is, I would call it high-tech electronics. And we had a great discussion with them, and they've told us some of the issues that they face. Most of those are issues that most all businesses are facing today. They didn't have any specifics where there's anything going on negative in the community as far as that we could help them with. They're happy with the services from the city, and they basically said, can you find us workers? And I think that's it. Oh, Sunday I did the car show at Royal High School, and that was entertaining. And I think I mentioned it earlier that there was a few of the police officers and the Bearcat and several explorers from the department. And I think there were some hurt feelings amongst the guys with the beautiful Corvettes and 57 Chevys when that Bearcat had more audience around it than the guys that were wiping the car forever. But anyway, that was a very nice event and very successful. And I think that's it. So we'll go to 9B. Or wait, now we're at 10B, right?
Mayor, I don't know if it needs to be just a report or a 9B, but I've had several people ask me about what's the status of our Simi Valley Mall, and could we have a presentation on that?
Well, I can't give you a presentation. I did have a good conversation with the mall ownership last week. They are coming in, I believe, this week to file a specific plan amendment application to make some changes up there to address some of the reimagination that they would like to do at the center. With that, I encourage them to meet with the council members to keep you updated of what their plans are. So I would expect that you'll have those meetings on your calendar probably within the next 30 to 45 days. But they are, I can tell you right now, they are moving forward with a specific plan amendment application. So things are finally starting to happen up there.
Okay, and then my second request is, I'd like to see if there's any way we have the Arroyo bike pathway, and I know we have a lot of bikers in the city, and that's something that people are attracted to come biking in Simi Valley. I'd like to know if there's any way that we could apply for grants or use some of our funds for renovating our bike paths throughout the city to make it safer for bikers.
Bike path on the Arroyo or?
Just throughout the city or on the Arroyo or both, so that people can, because the Arroyo doesn't go all the way through yet, so sometimes they have to take other bike paths.
So the presentation that the Park District made 2 meetings ago, they're on phase 4 that they have funding for, that they'll start construction on. There's still phases 5 and 6 that they're moving forward on. We're working cooperatively with the Park District on grants that are coming down through the state. So we are jointly applying for grants as they become available. The city is applying for a grant to update our bicycle master plan that will address all the bike ways or locations for bicycle transportation in the community. I think that's our first step, that we take a look at the updating our city's bicycle master plan, given current traffic conditions and everything else. So that's going to help facilitate adding bike lanes or looking at additional bike lanes in the community.
And could that possibly include bike lockers at the Metrolink or bus stations?
It certainly could. I mean, there are bike lockers at Metrolink now. We've had problems with them in the past, but there are bike lockers there now, and that's something we can certainly look at in order to provide for expanded active transportation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, time for adjournment. You think we made it just over midnight. So tonight we're going to adjourn in memory of Jim Lightfoot, who was, I don't know how long ago, but was a planner here at the city.
He's a former, I think he retired as a principal planner, I believe, or could have been deputy director for Advance, long career with the city of Simi Valley.
Okay, and also based on Dee Dee's report, we would adjourn in memory of Oscar Acosta, and we'll take care of that formally. Either this will do it or forward from now. And with that, we're adjourned.
Here,